of us were working late into the night and early this morning to try to make sure that things would be, as addressed as they possibly could be. So kudos to this team.
I was just on the phone with a parent out in the hallway about it. They were very happy with the response.
Hey,
That's good to hear.
Hey, Larry, scratch Kartika at this time.
Okay. And for all my fellow board members, just so you know, we are live now. So I will do the introduction, then I will turn it over to Dr. Rivera. Welcome, everybody, to the June 1st work session of the Buffalo Board of Education. Tonight we have the Executive Affairs and Paulette's favorite, Finance and Operations. So at this point, I will turn over to Dr. Rivera. Dr. Rivera, the meeting is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome to the Executive Affairs work session. We have a really robust
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Dr. Rivera, I think we've lost you. Ann?
A bunch of phone numbers. So you need 80. And about a show. And still in there.
Ann? Okay, all right. Gotcha. I have Ann on the phone. Okay.
Welcome, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
Hi, Paulette. Hello, everyone.
Out and log back in.
She was just signing in because she was completely thrown out, she said.
Okay.
Okay. She's in, I think. All right.
and
Just hung up.
so now I am demonstrating for everybody what resilience means. We're going to pick up right where I left off.
Yes,
So-
and I experienced it too. I was having a hard time getting in.
So, we have thunderstorms right now. Things are going to happen and we're going to be flexible and resilient. We're going to move forward. Sounds good?
Yes, sounds
Okay,
good.
so I'm going to back up and say welcome for a second time to the Executive Affairs work session. We're going to be dealing with today the role and process to get student voice and feedback into deliberations with the board a little bit more. And we're also going to be discussing modified sports. And what I was going to say on both subjects is they're very focused on students and student outcomes. And so I'm really excited to be a part of this tonight. First up is going to be talking about student voice. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation for all of you to consider so you understand where this came from and maybe shape some of our deliberations. Can I have sharing privileges? Looks like I already do. Let me see. Yep, I do. So if you bear with me for 1 minute. Looks like it. Let me just get this up. Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and put your password.
Oh, this is fun. So that's not coming up either. That is okay. What I will do is this, bear with me. So I will talk to you about this subject while I get this PowerPoint presentation up. So what had happened is that we had a student voice event and I was approached by several students who were engaged in it with a request that the board give more opportunities for to meet with student government bodies. We have one pipeline that works really well, but it was an interesting idea and it was also a wonderful event in general, and we're hoping actually to have the students come and speak with us as well. And so let's see if I can get my PowerPoint up so you can see exactly what went on. All right. So I think I can do this now and do it this way. Was not kidding when I was talking about resilience. Here we go. I'm just going to make sure it comes up. And whole lot of no. Okay. So for some reason, Life Size doesn't like me tonight. So what I'll do is I will go ahead and speak to you about it, and I will share the presentation with everybody. Does that sound okay? All right, we'll do it that way then. I don't want to waste too much time playing around with technology. So what I'm going to talk to you about is the role of student voice and student outcomes focused governance. And just imagine, if you will, really nice graphics, because I had a few of them. What we had talked about in the very beginning of this school year is we had talked a little bit more about moving board governance towards student outcomes focused governance, following the Council of Great City Schools model. And one of the things that we discussed was why we even need that kind of governance. And just as a review, we talked as a body about identifying strategic issues and critical challenges, establishing standards and focusing on student performance, aligning budgets, district budgets with standards, and reflecting the values and visions of the BPS community, and promoting effective governance and use of time. It all leads to higher levels of student achievement, because what we end up doing in this is we're supporting our district partners in shared goals, and everybody is clear on those goals. So the work that Dr. Williams has done already has pushed us in this direction, and now we're looking to continue to expand on it as a board. When we think about student outcomes focused framework for boards particularly, the main areas are vision and goals, values and guardrails, communication and collaboration, unity and trust, monitoring and accountability, and continuous improvement. All things that I know we're all invested in. What I want to talk to you a little bit more about today is student values and student voice. It's one critical component in the larger universe that encompasses our Buffalo Public Schools. I'm going to bring you a case study of one way in which to do this, and then we can talk about some other ways and what maybe we want to embrace as a board. Board member McCosey had a student voice forum that Dr. Williams kindly attended. It was on Saturday, April 23rd, 2022 at iPrep, and there were about 18 students that attended. And in that forum, the way it was set up is that there was significant representation from student government leaders, including our board representative. Multiple schools were represented. It was facilitated primarily by students. So the student voice portion was facilitated by other students. Adults stayed out of the room, let them talk to each other about the topics at hand. And topics were given beforehand and tracked in the room using paper, Post-its, and sticker dots. Participating in this forum, we received overwhelmingly positive feedback from students. They were engaged, they were enthusiastic, they were excited to do more, and it's hard to capture the spirit and the feeling in the room. It was really, really exciting to be a part of it. The areas of focus that were elicited from. So they were given these areas of focus as a way to focus the conversation and really get at some similar topics. Were in the following areas: instruction and academic support, communication, school climate, attendance, safety and security, health and wellness, enrichment and after-school activities, and transportation. There were 2 global open-ended questions that students could put Post-it notes on about, which were: what are the roses, the positives of what the district is doing now, and what are the areas of improvement needed in the district? The initial results were really interesting, but I'd like to not go too far into them because I'm hoping students themselves can come and speak to us about it. Students were overwhelmingly in favor of improvement in attendance, safety and security, and health and wellness. At the same time, a lot of what they said that the district was doing positively were in those areas as well, in terms of the kinds of relationships that they had with teachers, the kinds of supports that were available to them in the district. Students spoke very positively about the food available for students, about the clothing supports for students, and about the academic supports. They also asked for an opportunity to present to the board and for the board to visit individual student government bodies within buildings. And that's the question that I'm bringing to us as a board to consider today. There were a couple takeaways from this. The first is that students are expressing interest in increasing communication with the board, and that there was a natural connection that they made themselves between student governance and board governance. They saw some of those relationships. And I would argue, just as a single board member, I would argue that's something we may want to consider supporting as we move forward. And there are interests, many of you have actually spoken about this, there's interest from board members in increasing student communication with the board, which leaves us with the question, if we are seeing these indicators that it's time to increase opportunities for student voice, we may want to consider, how do we want to do this going into this new year, into the new school year in this fall? Some potential areas for your consideration would be student governments, going to see student governments, board members individually speaking with student government bodies, student voice and listening sessions, as was done already once, informational sessions on board governance. This would be an ideal time to talk about civics, and also speaker opportunities. With that said, I want to open it up for us to discuss two major points. So there's two decision points in front of us here. The first decision point is, are we interested in pursuing some of these opportunities to increase student communication with the board and getting more feedback from students directly? And if so, what kind of process do we think we want to put into place? So let's start with the first point, which is, are we interested in increasing student voice and channels of communication with the board? We're relatively small, but I'll go around and continue our usual way of doing things. So that means Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, you're up first. Any comments on this?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I always believe that student voice is important. I remember about 10 years ago when I did my dissertation, it was a mixed method study, and I included roughly 200 students in that study. And it's interesting to look at the contrast now, because some of the questions I asked on that survey included their engagement with the adult population in the schools. And I recall another question was related, the engagement, after school activities, etc. And some of the feedback at that time was bleak. And so it looks like today, 10 years later, that it has changed, because back then, students were saying that there was a lack of engagement with the adult population, particularly teachers. They also talked about how horrible the lunches were, and so on. So I was excited to hear some of the feedback of what you mentioned at this forum, that it has changed. So that's a good sign. So to answer your question, I think when we talk about voices of students, I think it's important. I like that whole idea. I have a question for you, Anne. What students, you said multiple schools that were represented at the April 23rd event. And so can you recall what schools were there? I know you mentioned iPrep.
iPrep is where it was held, and several teachers brought their student government groups with them and their honor students with them to participate in the event. In addition, there was a student from Da Vinci. I know there was a student from McKinley, and there may have been more. I need to go back and look at those records. Hopefully, what we can do is when we're hoping to have the students themselves present about who was there and what the event was about. I don't want to steal their thunder too much. They're working on a really nice presentation.
Okay, that's good, because I think the representation is critical.
For sure.
Because, you know, students from, let's say, other high schools, East High School or Bennett, may have a different view. And I think it's important to have that whole mix kind of feedback, you know, from all the students. So I like that idea. And what was the second question?
The second question is the process we might want to follow. Can we put a pin in that, and I'll see if people are on board with increasing some of the student voice? Because, and I'd like to thank you for pointing out that it's really, you know, this one event is only going to capture about this much information. And that one of the things we're going to want to do preferably is create contact and solicit feedback and allow students to speak to us in a variety of different settings and opportunities, because it gives you a better sense of what's happening.
Okay, so that's my take on student voice and the relationship with the board. So I like the idea.
Thank you. Mr. Hurd, you would be up next.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Rivera. I mean, it's really open-ended question far as what levels are we participating, working with the students on, and as board members, you know, who would you like to work with? If it's whether it's on pre-K through 5th grade or 6th to 8th grade, junior high, or if you want to go to high school. I encourage this relationship to build and to grow. Something that I always practiced and done, working with the kids, writing the Breaking Barriers program and MBK programs, working yearly with those. And we also have Uncrowned Queens and Queens programs that we work with in the district. So we routinely work with those programs, and I always try to help assist in those programs and add value any way that I can. We also have a slew of youth organizations with everywhere from Boys and Girl Scouts to other programs that our kids are involved with. And I can go through them and name through them all, but we're involved and I'm personally involved with with a lot of different programs. And it's very important that we listen to the children, because we need to hear their voice, and we're putting money into programs to help them, but we don't know what identifiables concerns that they have with these programs, and also is it working? Is a program moving forward? Now some of the things may be through sports. You might be able to identify. I know that Lawrence worked with children in sports and baseball, but other sports also. And also look at like our McKinney-Vento kids. You know, they have other special needs. And our kids at Emirates, they may give you a different perspective on cooking. They love to see you there and eating the foods that they cook, and to McKinley to seeing the work that they do, to Performing Arts to see the arts. So it's where you want to work at, where we feel comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think one of the things that you're pointing out is that we have many things already in place too, and that board members are already engaged in those areas. So really what I'm trying to think about is a systemic way to increase that opportunity into areas maybe we haven't reached into before. So the idea would not be to reinvent the wheel. The idea would be to increase that engagement. So I'm glad to hear you're on board with that. I appreciate that. Mr. Scott, you're up next.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I fully support additional opportunities, engagement with our students. Their voice is most important, and I don't think we ever give them enough time, quality time, to hear their voice. In regards to so many issues too, the pandemic, standardized testing, Regents exams, gun violence. Lots of educators reached out, parents as well, about how do we talk to students in regards to some of the tragedies that have occurred. And what I think we have a tendency to feel like we have to say certain things to our kids. And what I think gets lost, or it doesn't get emphasized enough, is we need to listen more to our kids. And so I think any opportunities we can have to have our students present their voices, their opinions, their beliefs, should be welcomed and encouraged and put in place as we move forward. So completely support any effort to further engage our students.
Thank you so much. President Petrucci, you would be up.
No, again, I'm in support of this. I was going to kind of echo many of Larry's comments, that many of our students need to be part of the process if we want to see the results that we're all striving for, because oftentimes it is how they are engaged with staff and teachers and the community all the way around that's going to determine the results that we have. And also they sometimes see things, I know as the father of 4 children, they oftentimes have a different perspective on things than I would as a grumpy old man.
That's totally fair. I was thinking about that as well. Ms. Woods.
I truly think that we need multiple additional ways for our children to give us feedback. Each of us engages in our community, and young people come up to us and they say things like, I can't balance my checkbook. Why don't you guys have anything that makes sense, like for financial literacy? Everybody has to be a parent. What's wrong with y'all? We don't have parenting classes. This is the young people. They want to have more practical classes. I hear it constantly, and I do think we need to capture that input. And again, reflecting what Lou is saying, our younger generation has totally different ideas. My nieces, 28 of them, have said, Auntie, we don't see things that way. And this is our school and we want input. So when we have those community forums, the student support has those forums,
Yes.
there should be a way where the students can get the input and say, we really need to have these classes. Eric Rosser had a whole student forum on the code of conduct, and it was amazing. How come these schools get to keep their cell phones and we don't? How come this school, they can wear hoodies? And they see a lot of inequities and a lot of problems. And as we just heard from our student representative, our children are scared because of the situation. It's not safe out here right now. And I think they would be able to give us some ideas on how to make them feel so much more secure. So whether it's quarterly student forums, whether it's an official mechanism that the student groups, all the student governments come and meet with us semi-annually or something with some way of presenting to the board, we need to get the feedback from the consumers who are our students. So I strongly support this.
Thank you. So I'm glad you brought up student government as well as the student forums that are already being held as a part of the district, because I want to be clear that the district already is doing a lot of this work and we don't want to replicate what they're doing. We want to be a partner with them in this. And so the idea is about, as you pointed out, Ms. Woods, the idea is about having those connections to the board and thinking a little bit more about opportunities for the board to hear more directly from students as well, because there's levels in buildings and in organizations for the front-facing folks who work with our students directly every single day. and throughout the whole district. And I think the district, I think one of the things that I really love is that student support holds a lot of these forums, and we have student government already in place as well. And what I'm curious about is connecting that to opportunities to meet with board members, because students, you know, like their parents, like our community members, they're our constituents as well. So a few takeaways from our initial comments that I want to reflect back. We mentioned the existence of youth organizations, about programs already being done by the district, about expanding access, not necessarily replicating the access that's already happening or the outreach that's going to happen. There was a comment about considering the kinds of questions. Now, what kind of feedback does the board particularly want to have from students, so there can be some focus here, and just generally supporting that students need to be a part of a process if we're going to get the results that we're looking for, which is student engagement, student learning, student internal motivation to complete their own educations, and that we are talking about multiple additional ways in which for students to give us feedback. So there's a lot of directions that we as a board could go in. What I'd like to discuss next and set up is, now that there's a will to start doing some of this in the fall, what are some ways in which we might want to handle this? There are student governments in, I believe they're in every building, correct? So there are student governments in all of these buildings. We have district reps who can visit buildings. How do we want to handle this? Do we want to make this a focus of our board members to have contact with student government? We're going to need to consult with the district. We're going to need to consult with our existing student government bodies. Or do we want to hold listening sessions or focus sessions? Do we have a sense as a board of two things? What would be the process that we'd be interested in following? And again, we're not going to make definitive decisions tonight. This is mostly about starting that discussion, because we need to talk to our district partners about what's feasible as well. To what extent, what kinds of areas are we interested in hearing more from students on? So 2 questions. What kind of process do we think we want to do? And again, I'm going to urge everybody to consider feasible. So we want to do this, which means we don't want to be overly large scale. We want to be focused about it. What would be feasible for this fall? And what would we like to start our conversations about with Dr. Williams and our partners? And then where are some of the areas that we'd be interested in getting information on? And so I think I'm going to mix it up, and I'm just going to go by my screen, which means President Petrucci, you're first this time.
Well, thank you, Ann. You know, ideally, I thought about maybe doing some type of like rotating basis for all the schools. The problem is that we have so many schools and so few dates that would be available. You know, even if we did one a week in a 40-week school year, we still would have more schools than we have one a week. So we may have to do it in groups of 4, groups of 3, or quadrants or something at a higher level to still accomplish that same goal. Like maybe we bring together a group of schools together, particularly if they're in close proximity, that might work as well. But we need something to, you know, operationalize it so that everyone has the opportunity to participate. I think that would be the best way. I'd like to hear from everybody. But making that happen just with the number of schools is going to take a little bit of planning and logistics.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that suggestion. I really appreciate that. The thing that brings to mind is that I like about that as well is you have multiple students talking to each other, which I think is a really good thing too. So I appreciate that. Mr. Scott, you're next on my screen.
Kind of piggybacking on what President Petrucci said, I'm thinking similar to what Ms. McCosey used, Saturday Academy. I think that's a great time for us to have students come out and the building's ready to go. And I would suggest using each quadrant. I think we have 4 quadrants of our community, strong community schools, and try to do one in each of those 4 quadrants throughout the entire school year, and highly advertise it. And, you know, west, north, south, east. I think that it's broken down differently as far as the terminology goes for our strong community schools, but that would be what I would recommend to consider.
I like that idea because there's not extra legwork to open buildings and to figure out schedules. That's a smart move. Ms.
And there's
Woods?
meals already provided, everything else. Sorry, just.
Nope.
Got it.
Food is important when we're talking about these things. It really is. It helps everybody kind of come together. Ms. Woods, you're up.
I already had thought that the 4 community schools, those core quadrants would be how you would center it so it could be manageable. And a Saturday so that children, young people would be off, and maybe even their parents. I think that's great. And as long as we actually put it on the radios and local newspapers so that all communities are involved and informed, and maybe even these robocalls, because the parents say, you send me robocalls about everything but what I'm concerned about. So if we can get the word out there, I think it would be effective.
It might be worthwhile to talk to teachers about bringing students as well, because that's part of what happened at this Student Voice Forum, and it was a really nice thing. So that could be one way to do that as well. So thank you.
Well,
So
don't forget some of the feedback that the children may want to give you. Because as a board member who's out in the community, I hate to tell you guys, I get the teenage boys telling me, why don't we have a dress code for our teachers? Because some of the things the teachers wear are scandalous, turns them on. And then if they look at the teacher funny, you know, the teachers are young and they're pretty and they think the teachers should have a dress code. So you might as well get ready for the real feedback from the young people. You tell us we can't wear certain things, and why don't you enforce it on the teachers? That's real feedback, guys.
Did Ann disappear?
I think
Do you want me to
Ann-
just, I can just put you on speaker real quick. Okay, Ann, you're on speaker.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I apologize. My Wi-Fi has decided not to work at the moment. So I was soliciting feedback, and I know I heard Ms. Woods about PR announcements to get students involved and talk to teachers to bring students. So I believe, are we ready to move on to Mr. Hurd, who was next on my list?
If Paulette Woods is finished.
I don't know. I can't tell because I can't see your faces.
Are you finished, Paulette?
Did you hear my comment about the students, the young male students wanting a teacher's dress code? Did you get cut off or you heard that?
No, I got cut off on that one, but I just heard you just now. And press the pound or hash key. I'm trying to get back on.
That's all I wanted. I wanted you to know that because I'm out in the community, the teenage boys are saying they have limitations and dress codes, and the teachers are scared.
Ann, you're on mute.
yes, I am back. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ms. Woods. I heard that time and I got it down. Okay, so Mr. Hurd, you're up.
Yes, I agree with everybody's perspectives about trying to find different ways, no matter if it's a Saturday Academy or if they're finding different elements. But I like to take a little different approach because we have so many different nationalities and religions in our schools. I would like for the board members to meet them during their religious celebrations during that time, so you can actually get an understanding of the true nature of what religious practices that they have or the beliefs, and also so that we don't be ignorant to other cultures, so we can help try to satisfy, individual religions and practices. Some of the things about food edification, if we meet with a Muslim community or Native American community, just to get understanding of what practices they have as as a group, and also be able to relate to their parents also, speak with their parents at that time. So it goes beyond just what the youth voice is, but to get a full understanding, the full scope of their expectations in this country, and how we practice anything from Polish holidays, Christian holidays, and if it's back to Muslim holidays, or if it's Korean, just so we get that full spectrum, as board members and as a group.
Okay, thank you. The diversity is very important, and representation matters for sure. Dr. Evans-Brown?
Yes, I echo some of the comments made by my colleagues, but I think in order to operationalize everything,
Mm-hmm.
the feedback from the students will be the driving force. I mean, we're adults, we're interested in certain things, we want to learn certain things, but this is about the students. And that feedback from them will drive where we need to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on it.
Thank you. So it is critical for student outcomes governance. So here's my proposal. It sounds like operationally, what seems like it might work is to do the 4 quadrants and to work with Saturday academies to set up some of these listening sessions. I would propose that we wait on determining our areas that we want to solicit feedback on, because we want to get through the summer, see how things are going, and then make a determination of where those areas would be. But my personal suggestion would be that we are consistent on what those topics are, so we can compare and we can get a broad sense. But before we settle on any of those things, I'd like to turn to Dr. Williams and solicit her opinion about the feasibility about what we're talking about.
Hey, thank you. This was, a subject that's very near and dear to my heart. And so, I did have the opportunity to go over to International Prep and to witness the exciting things that were shared. I got to see the process whereby, they started out a little quiet. Some of the students didn't know one another. And it was really the student leaders that took charge and really tried to help to facilitate and bring out, the conversation. So on my listening tour, I have really centered student voice. And it's been important to get a diverse grouping of voices at the table. So I've met with a community group that's called the Omega Mentoring Group. I've met with our, of course, Inner High group. And I've also had the opportunity to meet with some students that have had some behavioral challenges, to hear from them. So it's a good grouping of students. And I think as we move forward, we just have to make sure that we're inclusive of all of the voices, because they all have stories to tell, and they're really, really important stories to tell. So I too have heard on my listening tour how students really want the board to hear some of the things that are very important to them as the recipients of all of the work that we do. We're passing budgets, we're creating programs, and they have a lot of thoughts about how they'd like to see some of those things happen. So I think this is great.
That's wonderful. And thank you for reminding us about that inclusivity. I think that's really critical. And I think that's some of what Mr. Hurd was starting to talk towards too. But particularly about behavioral challenges, personally very close to my heart, of course, is the community of students with special needs. And I think thinking about ways to make sure that these kinds of events are accessible to a wide variety of students and welcoming it's really important. Does it make sense to do this with Saturday academies? Does that process seem like
I think it's great idea.
Great. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to start talking to you, Dr. Williams, some more about it. We can lay out what that might look like. We'll talk as board members, both via email and in our meetings. We'll get our questions together and we'll get a calendar out. How does that sound to you and to my colleagues as well? Would that work? All right, nice. I like the thumbs up. So I think, yep, it looks like we're all good. So that was my main part of my agenda. I appreciate everybody's tolerance of my technical difficulties. And now I believe we're going to move over to the modified sports portion of this work session.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ann Rivera, and thank you for sharing time along with the Education Support Committee so that we can give the community, the board, the district, an understanding of some of the important great moves that we made with the modified sports, and actually some things that's dedicated towards the unified sports, because I always say you don't want to take them apart. I know they're two separate things, but what we're concentrating on is that modified and unified sport aspect. How I like to do this, Dr. Williams, is just to go ahead and just say a couple things, and then roll this over to Mr. House and Mr. Kuzma, and then I would like to also give a reflection about our community partners, and then have your reflections, Dr. Tanja Williams, and the boards. Is that okay if we roll it that way?
That sounds awesome. Sure.
Okay, thank you so much. So, so as we talk about modified sports, I would just like to say that we're talking about equity among the district, and this is something that we put a lot of hours into. Michael House has been a finite in ensuring this. He's been pushing the pen all times of night. We call him 9 o'clock at night. He's still in the office working on this modified program. And I know that with the many partners and everything that he has to communicate with, to getting our sports together. He's been a great advocate for that, and I would just support him in that round. I would also like to say that our sports department has a lot of challenges, and it's been set this way for decades. And I know my hat goes off to Cecily Owens when she came into the sports department and making some revisions and trying to move forward. And now Michael House is leading the way. So hats off to Cecily and some of the work that she's done also. But also Michael House and the changes and building equity and bringing our sports department to the 21st century. And it's finally a great push, a great movement with dollars behind it that we can build our sports departments. If anybody don't understand, or some people don't understand sports, because I do get those letters and emails, is that any university, top universities in this country, they use sports as an element to bring kids into their scholastic universities. So what we do here in the district and the city of Buffalo, we build our sports program. The kids will come. We will attract kids. We keep the kids' attention. And one thing that we look to build with the modified sports program is 4 different elements. That's mentoring, counseling, coaching, and training. Those 4 elements we want to bring to it. So I'll just quickly go with those 4 elements. The mentoring is something that we're all dealing with right now, and each and every one of us working with our kids, our teachers who are stressed. But that mentoring aspect for our kids is most important, because we have kids that have mental health issues. We have 64.1% of our kids are going through a major depression right now, and it's probably higher here in the city of Buffalo. 1 in 5 of our kids live with a mental illness. That's 1 out of 5. And also 5.13% of our kids have substance abuse, whether it's substance or alcohol. So they're dealing with a lot of different issues. And sports is the element that can bring children around to believe in themselves and build that moral strength within themselves to go forward. And the other part is the counseling. The counseling is needed also. So if a child sees that, or an adult sees that a child may need counseling or may need someone to talk to, we have the counseling and a lot of partners in counseling that be willing to speak with our kids, especially in this age group as we look for 7th, 8th, 9th, 6th, 7th, 8th graders. And as they go into the 9th grade. Also, we look at the coaching. We're looking at coaching aspects and bringing in community coaches into it. The coaches that's been in our city of Buffalo for decades, working with our children, spending their own dimes and their own hard work, and also working with our Buffalo Public School coaches, getting the blend so that we can finally give them the retrospect that they pay, because they work with our children anyway. They're there with our children. They have relationships with our children, and we want to make sure that we can provide them with an opportunity to build. As we build our school district, we also build our community by working together and partnering. And the last aspect of that 4 elements is training. Training is something for decades that children are leaving our district because they have other opportunities elsewhere where they can be trained. And I'm not saying every child is Division I material, but we do want to make Buffalo a Division I incubator for sports so that our children can have better opportunities at life by going to better high value colleges. And also, even if they wasn't going to play any type of sports, just name baseball or basketball, with the training that they receive, from this young age, they might have opportunity at a Division III school. It was something they may never had before, and may never have qualified for, and may have no other purpose in life, no education. What else can you do? We have to make school fun and inviting for our children. So these are some of the things that Michael House and staff and community been working on. So as right now, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Mr. House, and so he can start doing the PowerPoint presentation, and then we'll go over some of our community partners that we've been working with and leave questions. So Mr. House.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Hurd, and good evening, our Board of Education and Dr. Williams. Thank you for this opportunity to be with everyone tonight. Admir, are you able to start the right on time? All right, very good. Thank you. So the first slide, when meeting with all our coaches, we have approximately 400 athletic coaches here in the district. Every meeting, we always hit on our mission. Our mission, athletic mission, is to provide student athletes of all ability levels the opportunity to participate in interscholastic and intramural athletics, prioritizing academics first to reinforce character, lasting principles, faith, and fundamentals while continuously developing highly competitive athletics programs. We also have 4 departmental goals. Our goals guide all the work that we do every day, and we are always trying to speak and talk about the goals. Goal number 1 is the higher student athlete achievement and college readiness. Goal 2, state-of-the-art athletic equipment and facilities. Goal 3, highly competitive athletics programs. And number 4 is highly effective coaches. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have assembled a modified sports committee, and we are meeting monthly. We will have 3 meetings this year and plans for 7 meetings next year. And our committee is comprised of teachers, coaches, administrators, board members, community partners, parent, and all the stakeholders that make up a community or an educational system. And so with that, we have put together this body of work for everyone today to talk about implementing our new modified sports program. So we have 2 governing bodies that govern high school sports in New York State. They are NYSFA, which is the New York State Public High School Athletic Association, and Section 6. Section 6 is here in Western New York. Our end goal, long-term goal, is to provide that equity, opportunity, and access for all of our student athletes here in 7th and 8th grade with modified sports, as well as 9 through 12 with our JV and varsity sports. The High School Association and Section 6 dictate that middle school or modified sports are designated for grades 7th and 8th. That is specifically to our interscholastic sports. Anything below for 5th and 6th grade would be considered intramurals. So as I was mentioning, our end goal is to put together modified sports leagues, sustainable leagues that would mirror what is offered in the suburbs. So Buffalo Public Schools' history of modified sports. In the past, we have offered a range of modified sports. As Mr. Hurd alluded to, that there was inequities with what sports we offered, Examples would be we may offer a male sport in one school and no female sport in that school, or we may offer them in different quadrants of the city where they were not accessible all across all 4 or 5 quadrants of the city, whether we say north, south, east, west, or north, south, east, west, and central. We presently have 32 elementary schools that offer grades 5 through 8 that would qualify for modified interscholastic sports. In the past, when we had coaching shortages and did not have the required number of coaches, because all coaches in New York State must be certified to coach a sport and have the emergency procedure training to be with children and respond to emergencies. And so what we did in the past was we would use our high school coaches to go down and coach intramurals. And how that would work is there's 3 sports seasons: fall, winter, and spring. And so when the coach finished their high school season, we would start the modified season. And what that did was it didn't allow our kids to compete at the same time that all the suburbs were and to have a coach inside their building. In addition, and right now, our legal counsel, Mr. Kuzma, he is working with BTF to try to provide a modified coaching stipend. Also, as Mr. Hurd mentioned, a unified coaching stipend. So in our BTF contract, we currently do not have coaching stipends that would attract or recruit athletic coaches to be paid at a stipend or the same amount of compensation or similar to as the suburbs. What we've done historically is we've provided those teachers with BTF hourly contractual rate. And what that did was that caused our office to spend a lot of time working, processing payroll versus focusing on what's important: student achievement, opportunities for children. So our modified program was more considered intramurals. With intramurals, it does not require athletic physicals. With modified interscholastic sports, per New York State in Section 6, they indicate that all students must have a current sports physical on file. So those are several of the challenges. We also had transportation challenges in the past, but there was never a sustainable modified sports league for each one of our sports. And again, that's our end goal. We want to employ a Buffalo league. Inside Section 6, we have 5 leagues. We have the NFL, which is Niagara County. We have the NO, which is the Niagara Orleans. We have the ECIC, which is Erie County. We have Cattaraugus, which is down south, the southern tip of the state. And then we have our Buffalo League. Those are the 5 leagues that make up Section 6. 4 out of those 5 leagues all have modified sports leagues for 7th and 8th grade students. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so our vision of our new program. So one of the things I've been able to do in the past 2.5 years here in athletics is employ end of season reports. Those end of season reports now, all head coaches are responsible at the conclusion of their season to report out their participation numbers along with inventory for equipment, any recommendations for all area, all league, all state, providing us with different data points that we're now able to collect and analyze and interpret the data so that we can move forward with data-driven decisions. Through those reports, our big 5 sports here in Buffalo are basketball, football, soccer, track, and volleyball. So as we meet with our modified sports committee, we had full consensus that we're going to start in those 5 areas with employing our modified sports. And in doing so, we're going to slowly, strategically, and through support mechanisms, support all of the principals, the parents, the students, the departments that we serve. We are going to slowly stretch the capacity. This morning, I had the opportunity to meet with the elementary principals. Over the past year, I've been conducting site visits and one-on-one with elementary principals to gain their input, to really take a look at their facilities, to see what they have, Do you have volleyball floor inserts? Do you have a pool? Do you have the correct gymnasium lines on the gym floor? Do you have a scoreboard? There's a lot of things that our program is lacking. The equipment, the needs, and as Mr. Hurd alluded to, that athletic budget is going to be critical to bringing our programs up to speed with equity and opportunity and access to those resources needed to fund and operate a modified sports program. So we are going to move forward with planning out in our committee the structure that's going to help guide our modified sports leagues. We're meeting, we're looking at enrollment data from all of the 32 elementary schools. We're looking at our site report at, again, those available facilities. We're looking at geographic location. We have city maps. One of the unique partnerships that we have here in the city that also presents challenges is that we use shared facilities with our Buffalo City Parks and Recreation Department. We're trying to push that needle to get more support and access to those facilities to increase those opportunities to set up our sports leagues all across the city. And again, as we look at this, we're going to use a Section 6 aligned program, meaning that every sport is going to be in the correct season of when the state and the section dictate that we need to offer those sports. But the end goal is to employ these sustainable infrastructures. And for next year, we're going to slowly move forward with the implementation of 3 sports for next school year. In the fall, we are going to roll out intramural flag football. Again, intramurals allow the students, the parents, the principals, the school nurses to take their time with making sure that all students have a current athletic physical. And so students will have from August to November, when we launch basketball, we will then require all the schools to make sure that they have the athletic physicals on file for our students. So we're going to give a lot of opportunity there and time to ease back into it, to also work with our transportation department as we go from 5 football programs across the city that could impact 450 students, where we have 3 teams at each of those sites. Again, we've designated them to schools that have fields that can accommodate flag football, and then we'll ramp it up where we can then implement basketball, where we would go to 12 schools for girls and boys. We would use a combining of schools model that comes from Section 6. The combining of schools model is exactly what we do at the high school. And what that does is it assigns one host school, and then you may have several other schools attached to the school. This would then drive up participation numbers, and over the years, we'll then have the opportunity to review the data and then use the data to make decisions to hopefully horizontally expand across more quadrants, areas of the city, to increase opportunities. And then for next school year in the spring season, we're going to offer track. The great thing about track and cross-country programs is they don't require a lot of equipment. And so those programs, cross-country and track, can be done at the building level where students could go over to the track and then compete, as we only have 3 tracks. Right now, we have Johnny B. Wiley Stadium, we have Southside Elementary, as well as All High Stadium. And All High Stadium, we're very excited. The construction project is right on schedule. Everything's going great over there, and we can't wait to bring everyone over so you can see it firsthand. Okay, go ahead, Amir. Next slide, please. All right, so this here is an overview of what we want to get to through time. Again, this is all 3 sports seasons for boys and girls. In the fall, we hope, and we know, and if you see the last bullet there, this is going to take a defining decade, 10 years of implementation, of data review, of hiring qualified coaches, of organizing schedules, purchasing resources, equipment, uniforms, and providing a quality service and program to our students And it will be done through all 3 seasons: cross country in the fall, football, soccer, volleyball in the winter, basketball, cheerleading, swim, spring, baseball, flag football, softball, and track. With our football and flag football, again, these are feeder programs that we want to then introduce students to the interscholastic level, where you introduce competition, sportsmanship, character development, leadership opportunities, mentoring, coaching, training, and all of the aspects that come into play with sports. And as we build programs, what we hope is that our flag football, which is a partnership with the Buffalo Bills, the New York Jets, and Giants, we hope that that will translate into a JV varsity program in the spring for our girls. New York State this year launched flag football for girls in the spring season. We're first going to start it in the fall, and our hope would be that in 2023, for the first time ever in Buffalo history, we can now have our own modified program. Our football programs, a lot of our student athletes play youth football out in the community, but they've never had the opportunity to come up through a modified program at the school level and then into the JV varsity. So all of these programs, those were only a couple, are swim programs. We want to be able to provide that 7th and 8th grade developmentally appropriate level and allow our students to transition vertically all the way to graduation, okay? And hoping that college scholarships, college opportunities, or out into the career with the world of work. But again, everything's aligned to New York State, Section 6. All of our intramural programs, we have some great partners with Ralph C. Wilson, also Project Play. They want to come in and they want to work in our community schools, Saturday programs, as well as our ELT programs. I have been in contact with Tara Sims, and we have already started to talk about how we're going to partnership and infuse the academics, again, the social emotional piece, along with the athletics into the after school. Also with nutrition, we're going to have to piggyback off each other, share facilities, work together, provide the best service for our students, and then a safe transportation ride home. Again, this is going to take a defining decade, but our hope is that through 10 years, through 3 to 5 years, you're going to start to see progress. And the end goal would be to offer 1 to 3 sports in each season in each of those 32 elementary schools. Okay, Admir, next slide, please. And supports and resources for implementation. And this is what we're asking everyone: parents, community members, business partners, administrators, teachers, coaches, teacher aides. We need patience. It's going to take time. We are working in all over the city, evaluating our facilities, collecting data, asking questions, looking for old uniforms, equipment, really trying to make sure that we understand and look around inside the culture to know where we are right now. And we will ask for some patience. We need patience. We are going to work as fast as humanly possible to try to employ and implement modified sports, our sports budget. Again, Board of Ed, thank you so much, board members, for your support. Everything is driven by the finances, and it's been great to see that everyone in this community is committed and invested financially in supporting modified sports. Transportation. As I was on the meeting this morning with the elementary principals, I think all 32 principals spoke up and said, we're really concerned about transportation. Can we send out this information?
I'll take the transportation piece. Sure. And see if we can run with that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Could you go back, Amir? Just a couple more. Thank you. Parent engagement. One of the best ways parents can get involved is first and foremost, mentally, emotionally. You're the support system for your child, but parents, if you can, we're going to ask to increase engagement. There's no better way to do it through sports, with coming in to the schools, meeting teachers, the game management folks, the coaches having great relationships with the parents so they feel comfortable and proud to come in and see their child, but also with transportation. If parents can, you know, we're going to lean on parents to say, hey, we need your support. This is one way that's going to provide access and opportunity, making sure your child always has transportation. Building leadership. Again, we're collaborating with various departments across when it comes to finance, when it comes to the school buildings. We're going to ask principals to create a position and a duty responsibility for teachers. In all 20 of our high schools, we have athletic liaisons that help support my office regarding building level requisitions, requests, and administration of those athletic events. And we have some great teacher leaders who have stepped up, who really help us execute on the building level. We're going to continue that same model in the elementary schools. After school program partnership, I hit on that, but again, that's a collaborative effort. We got to work together and make sure that we share facilities, services. We get our students a nice meal after school, and then we transition them through that process. Community partnerships, I mentioned some key ones earlier. We have a great contract with AdPro. AdPro also supplies the Buffalo Bills. Our kids get first-class treatment when it comes to branding of the uniforms, colors, logos, having Nike quality, really, you know, making our students look good, feel good, and ultimately play good. So those partnerships we need to push. I want to start to look into a business partnership with an equipment company. We've been doing great work with getting our equipment out. We every year spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipment that we send out that are, again, our resources, manipulatives that our kids can use to develop their skill sets and specialize in sports. And it's so needed for engagement and stimulation. And we want to make sure that we have a great business partnership. And I pride myself on that as I work with all those business partners throughout the community. And then again, facility expansion and upgrades. Yesterday, I was at Buff State with Assistant Superintendent David Hills and the Buff State Committee, and we had a great meeting looking at Da Vinci and how we can bring that gymnasium up to speed, but we're always upgrading. This summer, we have 2 fitness room projects going in at Riverside High School, as well as performing arts. So always looking to upgrade. If we elevate our facilities, we're going to elevate student achievement and performance. And so those are several of the resources that we're going to need and supports to really implement modified sports. And the final slide. And I would just like to take the opportunity to thank everyone for being here with you. We have put together a great staff in athletics. We currently have 6 folks that work in athletics. Pat Rickey is our supervisor of athletics. Iziel Bullock will be joining us real soon as our coordinator of athletics for high schools. Heather Slama is our coordinator of athletics for modified sports. Danielle Russell is our associate account clerk, and she handles the finances. And Michelle Clifton, our administrative secretary, who assists and supports with the administrative contracts and such. But we thank so much for your support. And if you have any questions, or Mr. Hurd, did you want to pick it back up?
Yeah, I'll pick it back from here.
Thank
you, Mr. House. Thank you for that great report and telling the district of some of the things that we've been working on. Now, I just want to make it clear, there is no reason, after all the work that this new athletic program has put together and working with Dr. Tanja Williams, working with our council, Nick Kuzma, ourselves, our community leaders, that we can grow the best possible sports venue here in New York State. We have the best kids in the country right here in Buffalo. We have the best athletic kids here in Buffalo. And our kids are looking for something to do, looking for opportunities to be involved in different sports and different other things. But instead, over the years, they've been neglected. And I'm just going to say the truth. They've been neglected. And in sports, you know, it wasn't, when you talk about equity, it wasn't given to a mass number of children that's in the inner city. So these are some of the things that Michael House and I talked about, and as he built his staff and built his team, these are some of the things that we look to try to alleviate the the stresses on our kids and the stresses on the families, and they're looking for outlets, they're looking for source, they're looking for a place to belong to and people to join. So there's no reason why we can't build the best athletic program here in the state of New York and also be equal or even above our other districts that's in this region. So when we talked about quadrants, let me quickly explain that. What we looked at was high school, well, elementary schools that had enough land around it that can support a football field, a track field, baseball, softball diamonds, and also other sports that can go along with that. With football, we can do soccer, we can do numerous different other sports that can go along with it. So we talking about the 9 sports that we're rolling out with over the next year. I believe we can do a lot more, and I know that hiring with a couple of more positions to help alleviate the stresses that's on this department, I'm sure that we can move forward in that direction. Also, we looked at, he talked about the modified sports league. That's very important as we move forward because this is something that we never had here in the city of Buffalo. We always refer to other leagues in the city of Buffalo to help pick up, and I'm going to use football as an example. But those football coaches are begging us right now to take the lead on this so that they can come to the modified program, coach our kids, and have them in the Buffalo public school system. This is something that we are working towards in our goals. One of the things that we talked about coaches and our community coaches, there's a lack of coaches here in the city of Buffalo. There's a lack of coaches here in the Buffalo public schools, and we can't afford to bring our community coaches in and have them trained. So we're working with our CT department and put a program together. And Mike House, I know he can give reflection on that about getting our community coaches trained so that they can qualify to work with our children. Also, just a couple quick updates. When we talked about the quadrants, we have north, south, east, west, north central, and east central quadrants in the city of Buffalo. We went and identified schools that had enough land around it that they could have these sports attached to them. So it's about working out the parameters and the dimensions, getting that through. So that's some of our goals that we looking to move forward with. But this is the first time that our district it has been working towards and almost that's in compliance with Title IX and the Section 6 in our sports. So kudos go out to you, Mr. House, as we move forward with that. Mr. Kuzma, did you want to say something?
Yeah, when you're done, Mr. Hurd.
Okay. So just quickly, let's talk about a couple of our partners that we've been working with, community partners. One of the persons that started off beginning with us was Bridget Nyland. She was working with Project Play, but she moved on over to Niagara University, but she's still one of our partners. Al Parker, I've been working with basketball, Kenny Ferguson, Vernon Duncan, some of our partners with the basketball programs. We have Mike Villani and Charlie Wilson has been working with our baseball and softball programs. And a lot of these programs that's coming to us is also offering to help fund the programs also as we work with our modified sports program. So I would love to see this whole thing encompassed as we build. We also have Daryl Graham and Tony Campbell. We've been meeting with these individuals about our boxing program, about putting together a boxing program, which I think we can afford because they're already bringing equipment and rings. It's just about working through the technicalities of getting it here into the district in our quadrants. Also, we have David White, who's a former NFL football player and a track star. I think he's like 3rd in the state in running here in New York State, and he's want to work with our track program with our kids at an early age. So it's great that we got these community influences. Also, the great Pat Freeman, Dwayne Taplin for our youth football, along with Lewis Hawkins, one of the Buffalo Bills commentators. We also have St. Clair and our own Chief Young. Has been very instrumental in helping us build our football program and he's an SRO here in the district. We also have DeWitt Lee. He's a visionary that's working with us. Jim Horn, who I was working in our district with golf. He's one of our partners we've been meeting with. Jim Sterner, he's from USA Tennis, and he comes with a package about bringing tennis rackets and balls for our children, and also helping us develop some of our courts and playgrounds, and parking lots that's in our elementary programs, so they can play tennis in those areas also. Also, I'd just like to bring forward Marcus Hutchinson. He's a New York State champion at University of Buffalo in wrestling. He won a work to bring a wrestling program here also. And Natasha Price, she's the coach at ECC. She's working with the girls basketball program. And we also have our community partners, Dwayne Ferguson, George Hope, former councilman, who's working with all of them. And some of the things that we spoke about, bringing in people for our cheerleading step team, building our swim team. Dr. Alfred Price, professor at the University of Buffalo, has been very acclimated, along with Emmanuel Raffer from the parent group. And there's so many other partners that we have that want to step in, like people and barbers that's in the city of Buffalo that want to come work with our kids, give them free haircuts so they be part of this program. David Russ from Say Yes has been very instrumental in making sure that this is going to be a success. Coach Reggie Witherspoon from over at Canisius College, also working on a plan to utilize the Kessler Center for the basketball program, especially on rain days in the summertime, and Teddy McDuffie. And last, I'd like to say to the board, this is very important also, because when I asked Michael House about the transportation problems, we are all well aware of our transportation issues that we have in our district. And one of the things that we work with Senator Tim Kennedy, he's brought in $250,000 to our district to help us with our transportation woes. And as we did some research, we found out that all our coaches that's in the district has been certified to drive the 1619 passenger vans. So that's part of the certification for coaching, that they take the driving course. And so what we would like the board to do, I don't know if we need the board permission, we like to talk with Nate Kuzma about that, but we have talked with our superintendent and our council about the possibility of using that money for our transportation by buying vans for the schools, so we can make sure that our modified program has the necessary transportation, which would be driven by our coaches. And so we can make sure that our programs are sufficient, make sure that our kids have the transportation and not be outside late hours, or make sure that they're safe. So this is a couple of things. I know that Mr. Kuzma have a couple of concerns that he wants to speak about, and Dr. Chandra Williams.
Dr. Williams, do you mind? May I say a few words with your permission? Thanks, Mr. Hurd, and thanks, Mike. Obviously, I know Mr. Hurd, for a while, and he shares a passion and wants nothing best for our kids and our students in the area of athletics. I know that's a concern that's shared by the rest of the board members, as well. And I've had the opportunity over the last year to work pretty closely with Mike, and you're not going to find a person that brings more energy and to the job than Mike does. He works day in and day out and has a big, aggressive, ambitious vision for what our district can offer, in terms of athletic programming. And tonight was just a portion of it. And he's worked very hard to bring everybody to the table, to provide more equity, access, opportunity for our kids, and make sure it's done in a deliberate but responsible and appropriate way, that we're not biting off more than we can chew. And one of the things that, I've heard from Mike, I've heard from Mr. Hurd, is our athletic staffing. And, comparatively to other districts, whether you look at other suburban districts, you look at other urban districts, we are woefully understaffed in the area of athletics. I mean, most districts where I come from, or even looking at Rochester or Williamsville, whatever you want to look at, have an athletic director, but then they have an athletic director in each and every high school as well to help drive that work at the building level. And, this is a conversation that I've had, with Dr. Williams. I've had this conversation with Mike. We presently do have, I think it's closed. I think the assistant superintendent position of athletics, has been posted. We look to fill that position and then build from there in a more aggressive, robust way, so that, quite frankly, it's not just Mike doing this work. We need specific attention paid to men's athletics, to women's athletics, to modified athletics, to unified athletics, you know, and we need folks, you know, to help, you know, Director House drive that work. And so, you know, I'm not going to get too specific right now, but there is more to come, you know, on that, I think, in the coming months as Dr. Williams, myself, and Director House have those conversations. So we recognize that that's an issue, and this work is not going to move as expeditiously as this board would like it to without, you know, having this department staffed in a way that's appropriate for a district of our size, because right now it's not. So, and I think we all acknowledge that. So, you know, as we move forward, I know Dr. Williams, I think, shares that concern and is willing to, you know, is working and certainly wants to do something about it. So more to come on that. But I did want to say that, recognize all of the board's work, all of Mike's work, and, you know, signal that we do recognize the structural issue that we have with the athletic department, and that there will be a plan moving forward, you know, to address that issue. So thanks for the moment, Mr. Hurd, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzma.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. This was a really exciting presentation. You know, I didn't know a whole lot about modified sports, but Mike House and Board Member Hurd and Nate Kuzma, they're getting me up to speed on it. And it is very, very exciting. It's a game changer. And so when we talk about, you know, we want to attract our students back, these are the kinds of things that help us to be able to do that. So I'm really excited. It is a new day. I had the opportunity to meet with several coaches and with Mr. House. We talked about the summer program. We talk about being inclusive and hearing voice. I needed to hear from the coaches that will be doing the work this summer, what it is they wanted. And so the meeting went really, really well, and it gave me a little more insight. And I think, you know, scholar athletes, of course, you know, their attendance has to be good. You know, it increases their academic achievement. It offers them scholarship. It helps to teach them discipline, character, leadership, working together as a team. So I'm really excited. We know we have a lot of students in the city of Buffalo that have raw talent when it comes to sports. This helps them to cultivate that talent the same way as their suburban peers are able to do. So I am super excited about the possibility of this not possibility, the actuality of this modified sports program starting in a few months. Great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I'd like to thank you, Nate Kuzma, and once again, Mike House and staff for all the work that's been done. And I'd like to, this little time for the board, the reflection or any questions that you might have. So I'm just going to go by the order that's on my screen. First, I have, I'll just name it, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, Larry Scott, Paulette, and Dr. Ann Rivera.
Okay, so I echo Dr. Williams' sentiment about the excitement. I was a mother of boys in this district, and what kept them busy was the sports programs in Buffalo Public Schools. I had football players, basketball players, track stars, etc. And I had, you know, when I would pick them up, they didn't want to go home. They wanted to stay in the schools. So it was an exciting time then, and I look forward to an exciting time now for these young people, both boys and girls. I have a niece who just graduated from Hutch Tech, and she got a full scholarship for track. And she's currently at Medaille College, and she's doing very well. So kudos to you, Mr. House, Mr. Board Member Hurd, and Nate Kuzma for putting this robust presentation together. And I'm looking forward to getting our children back to the district, because as a mother of boys, it was very rewarding that my boys had a regimen. I kept them busy in their sports. I kept them busy in their academics. I never had to go to any police station to pick them up because they knew, but they were too tired, right? And it was just a regimen every day. And so my success was the success of having great programs embedded in their schools. That's my 2 cents.
My next, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, yes, sure.
So I want to thank Mr. Hurd because I know you have been a strong advocate for this, especially the modified sports. Mr. House for the great presentation. I learned quite a bit tonight from that presentation and what you shared. I see firsthand in Kenton School District the modified sports we have there. And to know that our kids in Buffalo don't have that same opportunity obviously is inequitable and it's wrong. And I'm grateful that we are finally doing something to change that. It's huge. It needs to happen. And I think we need to continue to support it and do all we can to make sure it does come to fruition. It feeds directly into those high school teams as well. And it needs to happen in Buffalo. I'm biased, as you know, with baseball. I grew up playing hockey, but my kids are avid baseball players. And so I'm happy to see baseball on there. I know that the Catholic schools have a very successful baseball league for, I think, 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th grade in the fall. And I would love the opportunity for so many of our boys, including my own, to be able to play a modified in a modified baseball league. Mr. House, if you didn't hear the last board meeting, I shared that thanks to the partnership with Buffalo Public Schools, the Hurdle North Park Youth Baseball and Softball League has record enrollment this year for our house baseball league, over 1,100. And I know firsthand that we have 6th graders, going to be 7th graders next year, that are great baseball players in Buffalo Public Schools. And it seems like there's a trend that there's more and more Buffalo Public School students playing in that baseball league. And I know firsthand that 3rd and 4th, and I'm going to say this, we have some of the best baseball players in Western New York. I think the house league that we have might be the actual largest house league for baseball in Western New York. Definitely is the most active league in the city of Buffalo. So I mention all this because you have the kids that would be interested, that need those opportunities. And when the time comes, when you talk about community partnerships, the Hurdle North Park Youth Baseball and Softball League, I think is a partnership that we'll need to build on moving this forward. So thank you to all of you. And obviously you have my full support to continue to begin this and build on it as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Actually, one last thing I have to say. City Honors last year had a baseball team, the varsity baseball team. I think they won a state championship.
Yep.
Those kids grew up playing at Shoshone Park in that Hurdle North Park Youth Baseball League. So there's just an example of the importance of it and how a modified sport then would grow the opportunity and experience for so many other kids.
I believe I'm next.
Yes, Board Member Woods.
Well, everyone knows how important sports is to our youth. I mean, for young people who want to get out of the ghetto and make it big, sports has been like our role models, our heroes, and a way out of the ghetto. And also to be able to get scholarships and go to college. And sports is just tremendously important. So I'm impressed with the presentation. I'm glad we're moving ahead. I just had a quick question on, you said you're starting with just 4 sports: football, soccer, track, and volleyball. what happened to swimming? I thought that was the big thing that a lot of people were saying. Swimming was extremely important. We got the great pool at City Honors. We're very proud at City Honors to share the pool with everybody. So can you mention a little bit more about swimming? And can you mention a little bit more about, I thought we were upgrading all of these football fields to be able to be significantly better, like the suburban football fields, and I thought we were getting that money from Ralph Wilson. So those are the two things I was looking forward to, and if you can speak on that, I'll be happy.
I'll take the football field, Mr. House. You take the swim program.
Okay.
We talk about the football fields and the fields that we have. What Mike House, one of the issues that he ran into was that we were sharing our basketball gymnasiums. We were sharing our football fields with other sports, and it was hard, even in some schools, even hard for coaches, where kids would be in school late at night just to get a practice in, because you may have 2 or 3 other sports that's using that gymnasium at the same time. So to alleviate those stresses and put our kids get home at a safe time, what we're doing is looking at our elementary programs and building our own sport complexes at our elementary programs. That was in our colleges, the north, south, east, west, and central, and possibly 2 in the central. So we're looking at 6 different areas that we can have a separate sports facility from the varsity and JV, that our kids can grow at their own level and not have to, have time cut short, or just a short period of practice or training or mentoring time because other sports had to take place. So that's how we decided to move forward on adapting and making those super sports facilities out of our elementary schools. And I'll let you take on this one.
Sure. And in terms of our sport offerings, for next year, we're going to offer flag football in the fall. Boys, girls will be able to participate. There'll be 3 teams at each site. It'll be a 6th grade co-ed, 7th and 8th grade girls, and 7th and 8th grade boys at all 5 of the locations across the city. Again, it'll impact 450 students. It'll be something great to get started and ease into the school year, as one of the challenges our families have faced are the sports physicals, and this will be intramurals. So it'll get our kids actively participating in flag football on the intramural level leading into the winter sports season. Come winter sports, we will then launch the 12 basketball teams for boys and girls throughout all 4 quadrants of the city. As well, then moving into the spring season, well, we will offer track. When we come together next week with our modified committee, we'll be finalizing our track plan. And again, that will be for next year. We really want to be strategic and supportive because we know it's going to stretch capacity, and we want to be thoughtful to our principals, to the parents, as we get modified sports implemented back in. Ideally, if we see it going in a great direction, we have additional transportation, we have the required certified coaches, we have the uniforms, the equipment. We will start to implement and move forward in the next 1 to 5 years. And again, that full array of sports that you saw for all 3 of those sports seasons, that's going to take us a defining decade to really outline and have the infrastructure for those modified sports leagues. And again, it'll be the first time ever in Buffalo's history that we have these leagues. Just like our high schools, we'll have the same offerings and leagues at the modified level, where we're going to sustain those leagues. We're going to get these coaches hired. One of the other things Mr. Hurd mentioned earlier was we right now just closed an RFP, and we're looking at forming another business partnership to offer all of our teachers, coaches, CTE teachers in the district, and support that financially with providing the emergency procedure training, any of our community coaches. So we're working, in parallel with the implementation and how we're going to put those supports in place to have the needed coaches for all the staffing requirements. So again, we're going to try to go as fast as we can. I wish I could flip a switch and have 10 sports to offer, but we absolutely will offer swimming. We're going to order lane lines, starting blocks, timing systems. We're going to get our pools up to speed, get our kids in the pool, and make sure that they're competent swimmers, right? Especially when you look at safety and our kids having summer vacation plans and being around water. So it's those life skills too as well. So we're going to offer that full array that you saw on the one slide, that full array. But again, it's going to take us time, and that's where we just need some patience.
What year did you say swimming?
Hopefully we start to launch. So if we bring in those 3 sports this year, hopefully next year we bring another 3. So we'll have 6, and swimming will be included next year in the winter sports season.
Actually, Mr. House, we discussed this possibility, if we had the time, if we had the staff that can help, introduce it during the summer programs using our city pools. That'll be one thing we have to work out with the Common Council and get approval about using city pools. But right now the athletic department don't have the staffing or the ability to construct the swimming program at this time, because there's so many other different things that got to go on, as far as scheduling, as far as working with the coaches, as far as paying the coaches and getting everything that certified. It's a whole another different things that Michael House hasn't talked about, that wasn't in place, that he has to put in place, like the pay scales and things like that, for the athletic department, and making sure that goes out on time, which wasn't done in the past.
One last quick question. Uniforms. I went through city honors, and I think they're the spoiled, most privileged school, and found out their uniforms are mismatched, and they don't even have quality uniforms. So what are we gonna do to upgrade uniforms? What did you say we're doing?
So we have a great Ad Pro contract. One of the first things I did, again, is the implementation of the end of season report. Coaches are now responsible to inventory and secure all uniforms at the conclusion of the season. Students must turn them in. They are the property of the school. We also have a 3-year annual rotation that is a New York State rule, also per Section 6, that there's a shelf life of 3 years on a varsity uniform before it can be passed down. So I believe I recall that same issue, and that was a set of JV uniforms. And so that varsity program was up for a rotation. And what we would do then is purchase new uniforms for the varsity, and then they would pass their varsity uniforms that are only 2-3 years old, because we had COVID time in there as well. And they would pass those down. And then, but we do put together first class Nike uniforms with the Ad Pro contract. One of the other things we did was, we have, with these great contracts, you get a perk with the Nike dollars, and just like the colleges do with the free Nike money, I have taken that and I have supplied every school with athletic apparel, so the coaches can now build a brand and identify themselves. So when a parent comes in, they look like a coach, and there's a level of professionalism. So we're hoping again to get a BSN or a Lux Sporting Goods. We would really like to get a equipment contract in place here in the next year, so that we can gain more perks from those large expense purchases that we have every year. But we do have some great uniforms. When I travel around and I supervise the athletic contest, I'm proud to say that our kids look good. Now, there are unique circumstances where they start to get old, but I'm proud of Ad Pro and what they've been able to do, and to me, it's first class.
Well, thank you. I'll make sure I send you some pictures so you know exactly what I'm talking about, and then you can show me the improvements. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We have Dr. Rivera and last President Paszewski.
So I want to echo my thanks to you for working so hard on expanding athletics and athletic opportunity. Like Mr. Scott, I'm the parent of a student athlete, a female student athlete. And one of the things that I saw this year is the extent to which sports can get kids through tough times. One of the things, it's been an anchor in her life through the last 2 years, really. So, but also I have a slightly different perspective because my daughter is involved in some club sports rather than modified sports. And that's actually my sole question. So if we're going to invest in modified sports, which this looks really great, does that mean then that we're no longer going to support any kind of club sports, or would there be other opportunities for students to do learning with sports? Because one of the things that I have noticed is that in order to act really early on, and there's some kids who don't find their sports passion until later, and I would love to see ways in which to involve them as well. And of course, and my last comment is simply one that I know you know, but I'm just going to reiterate it again. Unified sports are particularly critical when we're talking about access and equity, and that also can change kids' lives. And just again, it's a real personal love for me. My son played basketball as a part of unified sports. He does Special Olympics now. I cannot tell you what a difference it makes for kids. So that's my pitch. I will wait for my answer about other opportunities, particularly for learning leagues for our students and how that might work with this plan with modified sports.
Okay, let me jump in that. The club sports, Dr. Rivera, could be say 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, and also could be 7th to 8th grade. What the New York State Public High School Athletic Association says is that you need, for Section 6 to identify this as a Section 6 sport, you need 4 districts to participate in the sport. So say if it's boxing, we need Buffalo and 3 other districts to participate in it so it could become boxing. So that it could become a sanctioned sport. But without that, then it'll just be a club sport we can run through the district.
Okay, so let me see if I understand this correctly. So in order to be Section 6, of course, you need to follow by those rules. But did I hear you correctly in saying that other club sports could be a part of Buffalo Public Schools in conjunction with our section? Let me just back up and say, I know that some parents are really concerned that our focus on NYSPA and Section 6 would mean, therefore, that we're not going to allow students to participate in other sorts of sports as well. I just want to make sure that the will is still there in order to be a part of those. They may not be a part of Section 6. They may not be a part of NYSPA. My question is more about the district. Would the district continue to support those opportunities for students?
Isn't that up to us and parent groups to support the club sports? I'll let you go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Sure, yes. So our focus is going to be on those interscholastic sports and the implementation of modified, but by no means would we not encourage. Club sports are usually a community and separate entity from the district, and those club sport programs, we'd be in full support of them. One of the best ways to work those is in and around the sports seasons. So again, you keep children engaged all throughout the school year. Just got a great email this week from a swim program that has over 100 swimmers here in the city that wants to come in and use our facilities. So the way we would partner with those club programs would be that we would use shared facilities. We'd allow them access and opportunity. They could have communication systems to network and have the availability to promote and advertise their programs. But generally the club sports are usually a separate entity and more community and parent driven, so that those kids could have the opportunity to, but we do always want to increase. And Saturday schools, with the community programs, that's a great way to do skills and drills, training, offer a variety of golf, pickleball, badminton, boxing, a lot of those sports that our kids need and want to have exposure to. We could run those through those Saturday programs or in the ELT program after school. So we definitely want to try to offer as many opportunities for our kids.
That would be really great. And then with unified sports, is there still a will to continue to support it and perhaps even expand it?
Oh, absolutely. We've already this year, we expanded to middle early college, who is currently playing right now. I should be getting a text update any minute, but they are out at Starpoint. There are 4 federated sports in Section 6. What I mean by federated is they're infused in the 5 leagues as they compete. Football is federated, We have indoor track, ice hockey, and unified sports is a federated sports, which means that our kids get to leave our city to go compete in the suburbs against those other programs. So you better believe it. We're pushing. Next year, we've already put in the budget to expand to OTC for a lot of our children over at the training center, the occupational training center. And so it's very exciting to see those children have the opportunity and then go excel.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And on top of that, a lot of our club sports, unified sports, we spoke with the other districts, and they're very excited. These doors are wide open to accept our kids into a unified program. And they also have their banquets together also. So they have one big giant banquet where they give awards to the children, where they all be sitting together, and be acknowledged, for their activity and working together. So,
I had the incredible experience of being a part of that. But I do think one thing just to think about, and this is not the topic of this, but in the future, I just want to offer myself, if you ever need some resource with this, thinking about the ways in which that unified sports can transition into Special Olympics in the alt programs, particularly as students are aging out of traditional ages and playing, that would be a really good thing. And I know that the organization is looking to expand. So I've been approached by a couple people. Maybe we can work on that next.
Wonderful.
Great idea.
Wonderful. Mr. Pascusi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. And again, thank you, Mr. House, Mr. Hurd, for all your work on this. I know how much time and effort you and the other people that you've worked with have how much effort it's taken to get things to this point. I do, and I don't want to be a wet blanket. I did have 4 daughters who played in the Buffalo Public Schools. I think I totaled at one point, I stood on the sidelines for about 17 years, so I have this whole story arc as to what works and what doesn't, or some things I should say. So a huge supporter of modified sports. You can tell at the varsity level, the kids who started off doing modified or even intramurals, because they always have the fundamentals. They have all those sound, sports basics that coaches can build upon. The coaches aren't, teaching them high post or low post or working on the finer points of the game. So they can. And I'm also very happy that this is going to be district-wide, because oftentimes what we found was that these programs were based around our individual schools. So you may have had a hockey program or a baseball program, or even some of our younger grade basketball programs that the school would run through the community center. So it was much more localized, and this is going to give our kids so much more opportunity. I'm very happy. I will say, though, I am as the father of 4 daughters who are proud student athletes, I'm always concerned about Title IX, because I will say that oftentimes their experience was sometimes lesser than the boys' experience. And I'll tell you an anecdote. Once with Mr. House's predecessor, we were having this discussion because they kept canceling girls' sports games, and they kept canceling them. They didn't have the same robust schedule. And it got to the point where we reached that limit where they were not going to be able to qualify for postseason play because of the number of games. And while I'm on the phone with Mr. House's predecessor, the coach from the school that my daughters are supposed to play against literally beeped in to cancel the game. So, I mean, I've had those types of experiences that oftentimes I just want to make sure that that all of our students have that same type of opportunity, wherever they live, whatever their zip code is, whatever their gender is, whatever their religion is, that they all have those opportunities. And I really think this goes a great way to addressing those things. I'm glad that you're working more with our City of Buffalo and the County Parks Department to get some of these resources. It's my understanding that they might be putting an additional track in over at JFK. At least that was the understanding, that they're going to restore that behind where the pool and the field house is, behind the baseball diamonds, somewhere in that area there. They're talking about building another track because they realize that there's a paucity of track facilities. As a former person who ran track, that these need to be done, and anything I can do in those efforts to help, I'm more than willing. Last thing, my big concern again is, well, 2 things. First would be transportation, because even if we get the kids back to the school, how they get from the school home traditionally has been the problem that we've faced with many of our students. So they participated in modified sports. They had a great experience. They came back, and then it was trying to get kids from wherever that school was back to where they lived, and that has always presented a challenge. And it's not only for sports; it's for after-school programs and everything else. It's a challenge that the district has faced, and I'm hoping that I see that transportation update is on the schedule, though I don't know if they'll be addressing that, but it is something that we need to address. My last thing, I'm glad about changing the infrastructure and the robust budget and more positions, all things that we need absolutely to align with our suburban and other districts of comparable size across the state. The one thing I brought on, and I'll just bring it up as a friendly reminder, is that we really need to do a better job of memorializing the achievement of our student athletes. We as a district do not do a good job. It tends to be based upon the individual and the school. So if that coach leaves, or that vice principal, or the principal, or there's some, whatever records are being kept there are gone, or they start anew and afresh, and that, or so when coaches from other districts or coaches from colleges or universities or the media or the press or someone wants to, or even a student wants to know what they have to do to get their name in that record book, they're not there. And that is something I know that we really need to have, consistent record keeping across the district, because you memorialize things that are important for you. That's why you take photos at graduations and weddings and you give people certificates, but we don't do that for our student athletes. And some of them have some pretty impressive achievements that we really should do a better job of memorializing. And those concludes my comments. And thank you, Mr. House, and thank you, Mr. Hurd. I know I sat in on some of those meetings, and I know how much work it was to get to this point.
Okay. Mr. Petrucci, Mr. House has been, that last point that you have made about memorializing our students, he's been talking about that on the phone middle of the night. And some of the things he already done, has been dedicated to that. Like, we were at Riverside a couple of weeks ago where Brian Rosa, accepted a basketball scholarship to Duke University. So he had his parents out, had the table set up, had a film crew, and the whole school was there to watch him, as he signed his letter intent to go play at Duville. And this little young kid is amazing. And for him to say, he don't know any people in his family, that's been in college. And, he's leading the way. So I think Mr. House Hart is dedicated to that, and looking forward to bringing a bigger presence on other athletes and other sports here in the city of Buffalo, and also for this board to work hard to make sure that we can advertise our kids using our news networks and social media. We really need to push them all together. It's not just, House or this district. Everybody should be able to work together to push the kids. So I thank God that he's working on that and giving the kids their due just for the work that they put in. Okay. Thank you for your comments. I'm just going to close. I know we're way over time, but this is very, very important work that's being done by this athletic department, Mr. House and Mr. Kuzma and Superintendent Tanja Williams. Like I said, she's been learning because we've been calling her day and night, about how we're moving forward and things that we can do. I just want to quickly say that this modified program is already receiving national attention by pro athletes. The National Tennis Association is very, very involved and want to be part of us. The NFL and also the Major Baseball League, is interested in buying and help supporting this also. So as we move forward, just let us know that we got a lot of community help, and national help that's going to be coming to us to help promote what we got going on. So it's very important that we make sure we staff correctly so we can handle the load, that's in front of us. Also quickly, I've been to a lot of memorials and stuff lately, and been around a lot of parents and kids, and I'm hearing all the time, from the girls, when is flag football coming? When is flag football coming? I heard they're very excited about this flag football program. And I think a lot of our girls in our district just want to get out and play, catch the ball, have fun. And it's something that was never presented to them on this fashion before, to be district-wide. So I'm just happy that we're able to roll that out. And the last part is about just sitting together, having the meeting about purchases of the vans and see if we can use the funds for that, and how will we go about that. But that will alleviate a lot of our transportation issues. One of the things that you was talking about, President Petruski, about getting kids home and getting kids, back to a safe area. And by having our own vans at our own schools, I think that'll be a beginning for us to help alleviate some of the transportation. I know we had some gangs where we didn't have transportation show up. So this will be to contradict, what's been going on in the past. So it will be a step moving forward. I think we're finished. I don't want to keep going on, but we can always reach out to Mr. House and myself to see what next steps are, and Mr. Kuzma. And if you have any more words, Dr. Tanja Williams, you go ahead. If not, we'll move on.
I think it was a very thorough, very, well-organized presentation. It shared a lot of information. Great work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Williams. Thank you, board.
Thank you. So I believe we move on to the next presentation from the board, and that will go to.
Well, I'm going to officially close the Executive Affairs work session and turn it over to Ms. Woods.
Welcome to the Finance and Operations Committee meeting. I know it's 7:05, so we're supposed to be ending. But the Finance and Operations Committee has 4 very important presentations that the community has been wanting an update on. The American Rescue Act funds, the $289 million that is supposed to be remaking education, adding innovative projects, and also addressing the learning loss for the last 2 years in COVID. We will have an update on that. We're talking about our buildings. Our capital fund is what we make adjustments to our buildings. Many of our schools are overcrowded and looking for a new location. So our capital fund is where we would renovate our buildings and make room for to alleviate some of the overcrowding. So we will have a presentation on that. All communities pay taxes, and all communities want to participate in contracts, employment, and opportunities with their tax dollars. So a priority of the administration has been the MBE, WBE policy. We're going to have an update on that. And then finally, we can't have extended learning or address learning loss if our children can't get to school. So we have a transportation presentation. So Finance and Ops has 4 very important issues. And Madam Superintendent, I'll turn it over to you so you can introduce your CFO so he can go forward with the presentation and give any remarks that you have on these very important issues.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Woods. I'll be very brief in light of our time. I'm very interested to hear our CFO's presentation on some budget pieces. So you've already heard tonight about a couple of innovative projects that, some of these funds will help to support, like creating opportunities for modified sports. We're looking to expand opportunities which will engage our students in student voice activities. And so you've already heard a couple of innovative opportunities that we're looking at that create equity for our students. But I think tonight, what I'm really excited to hear more about is the MWBE policy that's going to be updated. I think that, we have to have someone or some persons where their eyes stay on the prize and make sure that there's equity in how we are, recruiting and posting and where we're posting opportunities and those kinds of things. And I think some of that may be included in the policy. So I'll be real interested to hear about that. And finally, we'll hear from Mr. Kuzma and Cheryl Kennedy on our transportation piece. And we're also doing some very exciting things there. So we're going to hear a lot about what we will do, not what we can't do, but what we will be doing. So I'll turn things over to our CFO, Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Good evening, board members. Looks like Admir, he is putting our presentation up. So before we get to the transportation section, I do have several updates for you all. I'll try to go through them quickly because I think a lot of these things are, items that we will be discussing many times in the future. So this, is really just a continuation or a start of something that will be, a larger discussion over time. So, and again, the items that I'll talk about tonight. So a brief 2021-22 Rpsr update, and then foundation aid plan. And that's actually one slide that covers those. Purchasing policy and MWBE policy update, and then capital funding needs. And capital funding needs, there hasn't really been a presentation to the board in a while. So I think this will be informative on kind of how things all pull together and what we've got to do going forward. So Admir, if you could please move to the next slide. And there's a few different things that I've shared with the board, and ultimately, we will each month, whether it be via an email or if we have committee meetings or even at times in conjunction with the board meeting, we're trying to develop sort of a reporting package that shows here's the overall budget, here's our spend to date, here's changes to date, here's projections. And I've not yet pulled that totally together where I can get all 3 years of the programming in one place. But what I've got tonight essentially is an update on our year-to-date spending so far in both the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 grants. Now, I don't have the other slides that normally, because often, I'll give sort of a recap of everything. So I'm really just summarizing it at the very highest level here, just to provide that update. And again, more to come on all of this. But what we do is with this particular, the top half of this page here is a projection of our Rpsr spending in both ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 for this current fiscal year that we're in now. And I'll just kind of take you across the numbers that we see in there. So at this point, we have a revised budget of about a little over $107 million. We have spent through April. So my projections at this point are through April, about 28.3 million. We've encumbered 18.6 million. So an encumbrance means that we haven't actually paid a vendor yet, but we've got either a contract in place or a commitment to buy that we might be waiting for the items. So that's sort of an early indicator of a future expenditure. And that's encumbrances are a government accounting way of tracking to budget. You create a budget, you spend on that budget, and to the extent that you haven't spent yet, but you've committed to spend, you have an encumbrance. If you take the actual spend and the encumbrances together, that adds up to a little under 47 million so far through April. The column to the right of that, I've got projected spend from May and June. So that's really looking at the final 2 months, which that's going to capture some things that are transfers from the general fund. There are some larger expenditures that are coming and so forth. So I have a roughly $17 million projected spend and a total projection in 21-22 of about 64.3 million. 2 months ago, I gave a similar presentation. The projection that I had was about 60 million. So it's gone up. It probably will go up between now and the end of the year. And it's kind of interesting to note that number, that 64 million, now it's less than what we had put in the budget, but there's a few factors here. One, when these budgets were developed, a lot of spending was put in front-loaded in the budgets. Much of that are things that may end up not happening as quickly as we had thought. So that might be as simple as something might just be delayed until the next year or otherwise. Now, there will be some things that, we know in our general fund, in other grants, and in ESSER, that positions that we have created, we're still trying to fill. You know, there is, and this isn't just us, this is statewide, nationwide, that the ability to find folks to fill positions is difficult. So what that means is that we're not necessarily spending on that. So some of those dollars won't be spent. So we have about 43 million that is, again, projected unspent towards the end of the year for this first fiscal year. Now, those dollars may very well be shifted into the following year. We just find out that a contract that we thought would be done this year is going to be pushed into the next year. Or some things may be repurposed. And, you know, there are several things that were not in the initial ARP plan that was approved by the state that we are looking at right now. You know, we've talked about some of these before, like investments in security that we're going to put into our schools. Looking at the possibility that phase 3 of the All-High Stadium, that might be something that might be repurposed into Rpsr funding. We also put additional staffing in the school budgets that was not part of the initial plan either. That'll be amended in. Dr. Williams has asked the cabinet and a subset of the cabinet, sort of a working group that we're developing, to really take a look at this and drill down into all of the spending, drill down into and understand what items are just being shifted, what items might be repurposed, and then identify things that have been suggested or recommended subsequent to the adoption from the state of this programming that we might amend into the spending for the next year and in the following year after that. We're very excited to be working on that. And that's really, you know, I don't have an update for the board right now. You know, we want to bake what we show you fully before we actually present that to the board and to the public. But I think there'll be certain things that, you know, weren't really on the radar a year ago that are on the radar today. And the ability to have some unspent funds in there are going to allow us to be able to do that. So, you know, this, I think we're on target. You know, again, there is from the initial budget a significant amount that's projected to be unspent, but I think mitigating circumstances and just timing. And, you know, it's also important to note too that the projection of 64 million at the end of the year for this fiscal year, that would be by far, I think by double, the largest grant that the district has ever had. This is an enormous amount of spending. And it started last summer with summer programming, a lot of technology investments. We have an air handling project, you know, so improving air quality in schools. There are so many things that are in there. And again, this is all of this has been public for quite some time. So the adopted plans, the state approved plans for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 have been posted to the web for months. And the actual ARP plan itself is almost a year old now. So that, you know, that's really the Rpsr update that I have right now. So I think I'll stop there and find out if there's any questions specific to this tonight before I move on to the next item.
Board members, do you have any questions on our ESSER funds? We can go around and we can go alphabetically if you like. So that would be, let's see.
Me first. I have no questions.
Okay. And then, let's see. Well, maybe I should just go in the way I can see. I see Terrence, then I see
okay. Okay, I don't have any questions at this time. I'm just following through. Thank you, Mr. Pritchard.
I'll let you mute it.
oh, my next person I see on the screen is Ann. Dr. Rivera, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Larry Scott, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Lou Petruski?
Thank you for making me Polish. I have one question. Mr. Pritchard, I've heard this concern raised over and over again. Will we have to give any of these unspent dollars back? So I know there are people that are watching that are going to ask that question, so I figured I'd put it on the table right now.
No. And the funding under ESSER 2, it goes through September of 2023. ESSER 3, that's the $200 million program, goes through September of 2024. The budgets that are submitted to the state, this is what's unique about these is that they were multi-year. One bucket of money be spent in year 2, or if there is a year 3, it can be spent in year 3. So I don't believe there will be any items, any funding that ever has to go back to the state or federal government, because to the extent that we can't spend something, we could find something to transfer in from somewhere else. So this is an opportunity that we will not let dollars be unspent. And these dollars may be spent obviously it's over multiple years. So for us, it's an arbitrary, the fact that I'm speaking of 2021 year or 21-22 year is really arbitrary because the grants aren't structured by year. They're structured over a period of time, but it's from the purposes of how we initially budgeted it. I'm showing it by year, but no, we do not intend to return anything to the state or federal government.
Tranquilla.
Okay. Jeff, I have a question. The money you're referring to, it's 18 million, I believe, that you put into the school-based budgets for additional positions and concerns.
18.7 was put into the school budgets directly for the SBMT sort of decision-making process. And then there was another 4 million put in as part of the budget closing process for any of those other positions, sort of above and beyond that.
Okay, the question that Ms. Cotman isn't here, but she would be asking, and we've asked for, is how many of those positions are vacant? How much was the vacancy savings in last year and projected for the current year? Because if we put in 18.7 million for positions, and as you say, we're having problems filling them, the problem is that the schools are not going to have the benefit of those positions, and we want to know how many positions are vacant, by what schools, and what do you anticipate as vacancy savings?
Those positions don't begin until next fiscal year. So what we're talking about, the school budgets, is starting the 22 fiscal year. So there are no vacancies at this point until we actually get into the year. So that's a new investment in the 22-23 upcoming school year. Those are the numbers that I was just speaking of. So again, there is no vacancy yet because they're not, they may not even be posted yet for all I know.
But for this current year, there are vacancies, and every year we have something like 11 million to 14 million in vacancies. So what are you anticipating? That's the report we keep asking for.
The total, well, let me give you the number as of, so the last one that I've completed is March. And in total, in the general fund, approximately 14 million is the projected amount of vacancy dollars in the general fund in the 21-22 fiscal year. So nothing to do with ARP. This is outside of ARP, outside of grants. That's the number in the third quarterly report.
So that means that there's a strong possibility that even giving 171 new positions to our schools and putting in 18.7 million, they may not net but 3 million if the current vacancy pattern holds.
No, I wouldn't look at that. We're looking at really two different things. The number I gave you was a district-wide number in 1 year. 18.7 is schools only following year. It's really two different things. I don't really want to even compare the two together. I don't think it's really a reasonable comparison to look at those as linked. Now, the question, I think maybe what you're getting at is, are we going to be able to fill these supplemental positions that were put into the budget? That perhaps is the question. And again, I don't have that data right now because we haven't even begun the year.
Okay, I don't find it as a very meaningful answer, but I'll let that go. So those are the questions on the vacancies I'll have to follow up on and look and see if we can get that report on the vacancies per school. And you please continue with your presentation.
Yeah, and there was to backtrack, and again, I'm backtracking to the adopted budget. We can resend this to you, but prior to the adoption of the 22-23 budget, there was a communication to the board that did show the vacant positions by school. So I can resend that to you if you'd like.
Please do.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have any more questions on this area, so please continue with the presentation.
So the next item is just a very, very brief update. And this is similar to the last year. So when the state agreed to or adopted as part of the budget legislation 2 years ago to fully fund foundation aid, they had put a stipulation in there that school districts that are receiving certain dollar amounts or percentage amounts of foundation aid increases are supposed to annually outline what the budget is using those additional foundation aid dollars for. I will be completing the foundation aid plan for the 22-23 fiscal year in the coming couple of weeks. And essentially what that plan really does is it says that if foundation aid is increasing, in our case, it was a little over $30 million. Well, what are you using it for? And in the plan will show what we're using it for essentially is to pay for growth areas within our budget. The largest of which will be charter school tuition. And I don't mean to keep bringing this up to kind of hammer on the subject, but we have a $30+ million increase in foundation aid and a $19 million increase in charter school tuition. In this case, the foundation aid increase exceeds the growth in charter school tuition. However, in years past, we have found that at times the foundation aid increase is completely utilized just to pay for the growth in charter school tuition. So we are, as part of this plan, we outline, because it will be a public document, outlining that, so everyone knows a lot of the foundation aid growth that we have goes towards things that we have very little control over, with charter schools being the largest component. So I will have that, we have to create that plan. It gets posted onto the web and so forth. So I'm just letting the board know here to look forward to that. And it'll be similar to last year's plan. So that was just a quick update for the board on that item. Admir, if we could go to the next slide, please. And actually, I don't know if, were there any questions, Board Member Woods, I don't know if you wanted to ask if there were any questions on the foundation aid plan. There'll certainly be an opportunity to ask questions when you see the plan. But I'm about to move into a totally different topic.
I think I want to let you make your presentation and let the board members ask questions at the end.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So next thing, we're going to totally change gears here into our purchasing policy. So the board has many policies, one of which is our purchasing policy. It outlines how we go about procuring goods and services, materials, supplies, and so forth. It is based on state law. So essentially, state law in large part mirrors federal law. Our policy has to mirror the state law. So we have to comply with state laws. As part of the policy, we're required to annually review the purchasing policy and we bring any changes to the board. And so we've done this every year since the policy was adopted in 2019. We are also, because MWBE policy is part of the purchasing policy section. So we also have some tentative recommendations for the MWBE policy based on a couple years of trying to implement it. Policy revisions in the purchasing policy and MWBE policy, they're expected to be submitted to the board at the June 15th meeting, whereupon they would be tabled. And then the adoption would be no earlier than the July 20th meeting. So any policy change would require at least 1 month of tabling and discussion and other changes. When the policies are approved, any associated regulations would also be implemented as part of that. So policies with revisions, there's 2 of them here that we're talking about. 5410 is the main district purchasing policy. There's very, very minor changes to this policy. A couple clerical changes in terms of how we spell a couple words. There is a clarification that the vendor management, so vendor management is what department actually maintains our vendor master file and what department adds vendors into this file. It was not defined previously as part of that policy. So we're recommending that vendor management be outlined as part of the purchasing department. That's the department that manages it right now. So really clarifying what's currently in effect. And then there's another small item that no or low cost items, and this could be sort of like a sample or a free trial of a software, that they be submitted through a requisition for a few reasons. One, there's a data sharing agreement that we have to have, that if we have a vendor that's going to have access to data, that they have to sign a data sharing agreement. So if we don't know that there's even an agreement out there, that would be very difficult to sign that. And then also, this is to ensure that we don't run into a situation that a vendor provides a free service that becomes a very costly service in the future without any opportunity for it to have been vetted in any other way. So those are three adjustments in the main purchasing policy, encompassing a couple words. The MWBE policy is on the next page, and when you see these policies in the board packet, just like any other policy revision that we do, any changes will be shown in red. So if there's a word that's being deleted, it'll be crossed out in red, and then anything added would be shown in red, and then everything else would be basically static. Now we're on the MWBE policy page here, and this is where the Director of Purchase and I, Rick Fanton, have come through and made some tentative recommendations that I think ultimately will require discussion with the board and board feedback and board input. And what I'm going to try and do here is just outline them at a high level, because ultimately I think when you can see the document in the board packet and can review it and can kind of check it against what you may know from other, from experience in other policies related to these, I think it'll be more helpful. But I'll outline them kind of at a high level here, just so we can consider them for inclusion in the policy. Now, one recommendation is to accept other municipality MWBE designations. The current policy includes only Erie County and New York State. There are other municipalities that may have MWBE designations, New York City, other counties, other states. It is worth considering whether or not, as a district, we wish to include any of those in our MWBE designation. So if you're an MWBE certified out of New York City, you wouldn't be compliant in our policy because the policy is only New York State and Erie County. So that is item number one. Number two is to define what the definition of a contract is. The policy itself speaks to the word contract, and oftentimes that can mean services. But in the confines of what we do, we apply that to really any purchase. So it could be materials, commodities, and of course services. So we're going to put a definition of what a contract is, because the policy speaks to applying against contracts. So let's make sure we are clear on what a contract is. The third item on there is that we're recommending that all procurement actions that require board approval be subject to the policy. And what this means is that the current policy looks at non-capital items that are in excess of $25,000 in public works. So that'd be like capital projects in excess of $100,000. Now, most items that go to the board would fit within that, but we bring purchases to the board that are in excess of $20,000 if it's a non-capital item and $35,000 if it's a public work. The recommendation is that we lower the threshold, meaning we make the policy apply to these lower dollar amounts, so that way it applies to everything that goes to the board. And the idea of that is that the items that are subject to the MWBE policy essentially have a one-to-one correlation to what we bring to the board. So we don't have certain things that we bring to the board for approval and we say, no, it's not, policy doesn't apply because it's below $25,000. No, we want to use those thresholds that the procurement policy has in place for board approval. So that actually, it means more things apply to the policy, but I think it makes it a little bit simpler in terms of complying with that policy. So that was the third item. Fourth item, kind of a simple one, but the district will maintain lists of MWBEs. We don't actually say that in the policy anywhere, and it's very important that we maintain lists of minority and women-owned businesses, because those lists then are used for solicitations and to make sure that we're including them. So just to clarify for the policy, we will maintain lists of minority and women-owned business enterprises. Documentation of compliance with the policy will be included in board docs. Now, what that means is, and we're already doing this, that for each board item, we will outline in the board item whether it is subject to the policy, the number of the participation of minority and women-owned businesses in that actually submitted a bid or a response, and the award. So each individual item will actually document the compliance, because we're doing this now, in board docs in each item. Policy didn't ask for that, but it makes it actually much easier for us to be able to report that data by each item that goes to the board. We make an assessment, is it compliant or not? And then the various pieces of information that are included in there that would allow us to prepare a report for the board. The second last item on here is kind of a big one, and it speaks to specific MWBE staffing. And I have in quotes here, outside of purchase department, because as we've looked at this and looked at other other school districts, because with the Council of Great City Schools, we've had the opportunity to talk to some very large school districts. And typically the compliance with, and a lot of the work that goes into ensuring that a school district or any municipality faithfully follows the MWB policy is that you have a position or a department that can ensure that, that's their responsibility. The policy, when it was written, basically said that the superintendent will either add or assign someone in purchase to have this responsibility, but it's a bit of a conflict to have the purchase department also be the department that fully implements, and I put in italics here, the section of the policy where we say, to fully implement the good faith efforts, request for modification, waiver of MW participation goal, and then all of the reporting and follow-up and monitoring that goes with it. It's very difficult to put that in the purchase department with, and have one individual in the purchase department who might, say if it was the director of purchase, to do that and also be responsible for all the other aspects of this. So, we know that this is an area where a position or maybe positions should be deployed to really fully implement that section of the policy. And they would work very closely, kind of in three parts, with the director, with the purchase department, with the department that's looking to procure the item, and then themselves. So there's the three of them that would work together to essentially ensure, one, are we meeting the needs of the department? Are we meeting the needs of purchase for compliance? And then are we meeting the needs of our policy? Because all three of them have to be understood and they have to be kind of looked at holistically. And that's not a resource that we have in place right now. And, we believe that is important. After, a year or probably a little over a year of the director of purchase going through and trying to accumulate all the data, we see the limitations in the ability of the district to really fully execute on it because there isn't the capacity at this point to do that. And as we kind of read through the policy, that section, that good faith effort, request for modification or waiver of a contract's MWB participation goal, that section is sort of the area that we really need as a district to focus most of our efforts on. And again, I think staffing, preferably outside of the purchase department, would be important. It needs to be a sufficiently high enough position to have the authority to work with the departments and with purchase to make sure that we're following MWBE appropriately. Last item on there has to do with reporting, and it'll be basically outlining some of the data that will be included in the reporting. Ultimately, the reporting we want initially to make sure we can do it on a quarterly basis. It may eventually evolve into something that could just be a monthly report as part of the board packet. Here's the monthly update on where we are over the last 12 months or 24 months. And here's the current month activity. And that would be a rolling document that would show that. So that it's kind of a lot, but I tried to, in a nutshell, really outline some of the recommended changes that we have. This is Rick Fanton, myself, in terms of our kind of understanding of it, trying to implement it, and and certainly this is where I think the board will want to have a robust discussion, if not now, in conjunction with the policy discussion as it's submitted in June, and then we have the opportunity over a couple months when it's tabled to be discussed further. So that's the update on MWBE, and I figure this would be a good time to turn it back to see if there's any specific questions on that.
Okay. My understanding was that there was the previous superintendent had assigned a lawyer in the law department to work with the purchasing department to try to get the MBE program off the ground, and also that our purchasing director had made it very clear that he needed additional staff to be able to compile these reports, because he spends a lot of time doing the reporting in the board docs. So is there current staff working with the purchasing director, and I agree with you that your budget puts your money where your priorities are, and there needs to be some staff assigned to it. But is there currently someone working from the law department to assist in this area?
I believe that the law department person that was working on this, that they have actually left. So I think I don't believe at this time assigned specifically to that purpose. But that may not be the whole story. That's what I understand.
So what I would like to propose is that we not look to just add this to someone's duties that already has another position, but that this really be a position that, really centers someone's work. This would be their full-time job, working to increase equity and, diversity and inclusion in this area. And right now we don't have that.
And I agree that's sorely needed. Does any board member want to have any questions on MBE? We can go alphabetically again.
Okay, I was just wanting to add similar sentiments that a position like this is full-time, because I remember the last presentation that was given in this area on MWBE, there was a mere 7 to 9% of contracts with MWBE, sadly. And so, I really appreciate, Jeff, that this presentation warranted, what we talked about before, that there are some policy change recommendations. The recommendations are great. We as a board would like to see this come to fruition. And I think some attention needs to be focused in on putting together a job description for this particular position. It's really critical, because it's sad when you have $1 billion agency, if you will, such as Buffalo School District, and we have a mere 7 to 9% MWBE who have contracts with this district. So that's my two cents, that we need to really look at this as a critical element coming into the next school year.
Board Member Hurd?
Yes, thank you. First, I'm just want to go back to the foundation aid, and just want to make sure that that as we plan for our modified fields at our elementary programs, that's included in our foundation aid, to see. I believe that we're going to request to see the price it will cost to turn those fields into sports fields. So we got lots, and we got fields that's next to schools that we want to turn to sports facilities, including the track, football, softball, baseball. We're looking like soccer, etc., lacrosse. So as we look for the future and build those programs, just make sure that that's included in there also, so that we don't run into any hiccups later on in the future by saying that we didn't plan for it. Okay, as far as the NWBE policy, I just don't see any minority representation in it right now. As we plan, where's the planning committee or the rule committee to rewrite the NWBE program? If we're looking at policy, we should have some minority inclusion on this. So it should be a committee that's working with you, Mr. Pritchard. And believe me, don't think that I'm saying anything negative against you, your person, anything like that. Because I do appreciate the work that you're doing, but I do think that we need some representation from African Americans, Native American women on this team, so that we can get justified results. And and inclusion in this. So I believe that we should be working towards those goals instead of just having you two guys, trying to iron out what you feel is right because you can't, look at some of the things that that I've jotted down um, as far as policy. One thing I like to see in this policy is making it regional and include Niagara County and it for NWBE statuses because Niagara County is 10 minutes away from downtown Buffalo, and you get on the highway and be in Niagara County in the heartbeat, and we still have African Americans, Native Americans, other minorities, that represent that area also that can come to Erie County and fill bids, but we're not having that representation, for those opportunities also. We are far behind the state average for large municipalities for NWBE practices, and we somehow got to catch up. So I'd like to see some more minority participation, maybe a committee put together so we can write this policy out like we do other policies and then present it to the board. Also, I would like to see, the list of the certified businesses that we have on a list because I know it's a lot more than what we have. So let's try to build that list, but we need to make it public and at least and share with the board what the certified businesses are and who's receiving the bids, and also having inside this policy. What I didn't hear you say was having an appeal process. So if someone feels that they can sustain the bid, that they can receive, they fill out for a bid and sustain the bid, that if they don't receive it, what's the appeal process that's involved in it also? So that should be placed in there also. Also, notification should be a policy for notification. I know we say we do notifications, we put it out to the newspapers, but what is our policy for notification? That has to be added in there also, so we know that every time there's RFP goes out, that certain newspapers going to get it, and a certain journals going to receive it also, and that it can go online and see it. I understand what you put in place about having that list that you can reach out to those individuals, but that list is growing every day, and I don't think we got the ability to reach out to those individuals unless we reach out a little bit more for it. Also, what about the records for the prior bids that's been attained? Not even WBE status, but the records for NWBE and other bids that have been put out and received. We asked for that with Dr. Cash, was superintendent, a while back several times. You never received those records of who's receiving what, how many times that they received the bids, and just to make sure that it's a fair process, that we can overlook these records ourselves and see who's the jobs, who's the people, who's the organization, businesses that's receiving these bids. Because I hear complaints and I've seen some things that's over and over again goes to the same person, and some of the times the quality of work might be challenged. And the last thing is our workshops. I don't see any workshops, for networking, and that should be placed in policy also, I believe, so that we can help the community help attain some of these bids. We know that a lot of new NWBE businesses that comes out, never had the opportunity to fill some of the bids, but just because they don't meet the criteria for the point policy, that maybe they should be given the opportunity if we feel they can sustain some of these bids, so they can get their feet on the ground and that they can start to feel comfortable in the bid process. And I know that was the last thing. And the pay process, we have to make that a policy, because sometimes people don't bid on projects because it takes too long to get paid back after completion of the project, and they can't keep on their small businesses sustaining this type of loads if they're going to fork over money themselves to finish a project, and you got to wait months or even year to get paid from the project. So it's just a lot of things here. That's why I feel that it should be a committee with some minority representation, some business representation as we go through this, and not just two people, two well-qualified people that's in the room, but having, like I said, some minority participation on a committee for this. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you for your questions. And Terrence, I may not have been clear. The slide that I have up here is not the policy. Those are some specific recommendations for changes to the existing policy. So the board adopted, I don't know when it was initially adopted, it might have been 2019, an approximately 7-page document that went through an extensive process of development. And ultimately what we're to start the process here, making some recommendations. Ultimately, the policy itself is a board policy. So the board can decide how, whether the board itself or the board asks other folks to look at it. What we're endeavoring to do is really just, here's a couple tweaks that we think make sense to look at. And in the context of everything else, because I think some of the things that you mentioned are actually probably in the policy and others are not. So we'd have, we'll have to look through and figure out which items and where to be added and everything. But yeah, we're endeavoring just to start this process, just to kind of put it in the hands of the board. So you can determine how best, the board can determine how best to make this policy meet the needs of the board and of the district and the community. So, because it is, it's an extensive policy. And again, I'm only touching on some relatively small recommended changes, understanding that the board itself is going to need to look very closely at this.
Yes, Mr. Pritchard, I went through the policy myself, but if we're going to make tweaks into the policy, I think that it should encompass, if we're going to make these type of changes, we should look at it broad and see what type of changes need to be made. And with that, I recommend that we could possibly form a committee so that we can make the necessary adjustments in the policy so that it could be fair and equitable for all.
Yep.
Okay. Board Member Petrucci?
Thank you, Chairman Woods. Thank you very much. All I can say is that it's about time. We have fallen behind so many of our counterparts with respect to MWBE. I do like the fact of again, these are some changes. I imagine there'll be additional changes, but the routinely reporting out is a really good way to see where we're at, to see what we need to do to, note our successes or to know what areas need to be improved as well. It's kind of funny because I know that the city of Buffalo had a full-time person that does this. Every single federal agency has their own full-time person. Most of our local colleges and universities do. We're a little behind the curve on this, and we really need to get to align with best practice. I really believe that we need to have an individual whose sole job it is to promote and to, as Dr. Williams said, to make it their centering work, because the work is too important.
Thank you, Board Member Petrucci. Board Member Rivera, any questions, input?
Just that I support us working on this, and I want to echo what President Petrucci said about the fact that other institutions really dedicate a lot of time to this, and so I appreciate Dr. Williams supporting that we have the appropriate personnel to do this kind of work.
Board Member Scott. Board Member Scott, any questions? Are you there? Okay, well, it appears we still have a lot of work to do. Madam Superintendent, you had assigned staff to working on the weekends, reaching out to minority vendors, adding them into Munis, trying to walk them through how to increase our minority vendor list. Did you have anything you wanted to say on this topic?
No, just that this will be a priority. This is something that is prioritized. I view it as extremely important. And I think the outcomes are just, too invaluable for us to move slowly on this. So this is something that will be a priority. And we will continue with doing the work on the weekends, being innovative in how we are recruiting and, supporting and helping vendors, through the process. It's a complex process. And so we want to make sure that we are, helping to support all of our vendors, but especially, our grassroots vendors that have an interest in working with our students. They have a lot of credibility and bring a lot of, skills to the table. It's just that, sometimes there is a little bit of extra support that's needed. But I think, there's a lot of work to do in this area, even with, the website and how the website looks. And again, where we are advertising information and which newspapers and which communities the information is getting out to. So there's a lot of work to do around this area.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I truly agree with you. We do need to make some progress. We're being questioned on the meager percentage of MBE's contracts that we're letting, and the questions about diversity in hiring. And there's just a lot of questions from the community in this area. Mr. Pritchard, would you like to go to your next item?
Yep. Admir, if you could take us to the next slide. So we're going to change gears yet again into something else. So capital fund planning. And I'll just give you kind of a quick high-level overview of things. And again, this will be something that we, in the months ahead, will certainly be talking more about. So starting at the top, the district, we're all aware, the Joint Schools Construction Board project, which took place over the course of approximately a decade, invested roughly $1.5 billion into our schools. And that's, so that's 8 years ago is when it essentially concluded. There was some trailing expenditures after that, but essentially it was over those periods of time. From 2012-13 through 24-25, we will have had $134 million in refinancing savings that are funding other capital improvements. So when JSCB debt was originally issued, interest rates were higher. Up until recently, interest rates had been declining over the last decade. And what that means is that when debt is callable, we can refinance, and we've been doing these, over the course of a 10-year period. Every year, every other year, we would refinance debt, and we would have savings on that debt. And New York State allowed us to keep those savings with the stipulation that they be transferred into the capital fund, meaning that we had to use those savings for capital only. The way that worked was we knew the amount of debt we would have under the old, and then with the refinance debt, the difference between those two was an amount that didn't get transferred to debt service, it got transferred to capital. So it no impact on the general fund on that side, but it allowed us to fund our capital projects for the better part of a decade without issuing new debt. And that worked out to about $11.8 million per year between 2012-13 and 2022-23. So next year, averaged about 11.8 million a year. But what's happening now, we're nearing the end of this cycle. In 23-24, we're going to have 3 million in refinancing savings. And that was the refi that we just did. We just closed less than a month ago. And in 24-25, we're going to have $500,000. So essentially it's going down, 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 almost to nothing. And with interest rates rising and probably going to stay at elevated levels, and the fact that we refinanced most of our big JSCB debt, future refinancing savings probably will not fund future capital projects, not in a significant way. So what does that mean? Well, other funding sources are necessary, and these most of the time will generate state building aid. So we receive building aid based on the investment that we put into our buildings. So as we invest $5 million into a building to repair a roof and masonry, for example, we typically, in a typical environment, you issue debt, and then the state pays us back in the form of building aid over a period of time that covers the length of that debt. Doesn't cover all of it in most instances, but it covers a lot of it. So building, it's important that we maintain buildings, and the state has a mechanism that allows us to do so. And our investment in the buildings that has a cost is paid back to us over time. So we're going to start looking at other funding sources beyond refinancing. And one of them may be to issue debt through the city of Buffalo. I've already reached out to the city comptroller's office and let them know that in the near term, we will likely begin to, when they issue debt every year, we will likely tag along and issue debt through them. So we'll have conversations with the city of Buffalo. Another function or another mechanism that we can do, and we'll have an ask for the board to do a transfer, is that to the extent that we are in a situation where we have a building aid surplus, meaning we're receiving more building aid than our transfer to capital fund, that we may choose to essentially use that to provide a loan from the general fund to the capital fund to be paid back over 15 years. Paid back in the form of state building aid. Energy performance contract, that's another mechanism that we can look at, where we can issue essentially annual lease payments, not debt, but lease payments on projects that are paid for through energy savings. So that could be to install, one of the primary ways that you can yield quite a bit in energy savings is through like LED lighting. If you have LED lighting, can be much more efficient than existing lighting, and you can work with a vendor to essentially replace these inefficient bulbs with efficient bulbs, and then that difference, the savings, will be used as the basis of payments to the vendor that did the work. And we can also generate building aid in that way. There's also another funding source might be Rpsr funds. This obviously is short term because we have a September of 2022 end date of ESSER 3. And there's no building aid eligible on anything like this, but there are certain things. There is a project that the board's already approved for an air handling, a project to improve air quality through air handling units, replacements, and fixes in some of our schools that we already have in there. So there are certain things related to capital that could, in a short-term basis, use Rpsr funding. So those are some of the funding sources that we have. In a high level kind of overview of the last 10 years or so of capital investments. If we can go to the next slide, please. And hopefully you guys can read what's in those boxes. But what I have here is I'm showing a period of time going from 13-14 through 25-26. And I'm plotting in the bar chart. So there's a line and then there's bars. The bars shows the general fund transfer to debt service, that's orange. And then the general fund transfer of refi savings to the capital fund, that's green. The two of those together is essentially the general fund's responsibility towards either debt or pushing refinancing savings into the capital fund. And you'll see that they're, relatively consistent in total, up and down a little bit every year. Now, towards the right, when you get to 24, 25, 25, you'll see a drop. Now, that drop maybe looks a little bigger than it really is because this chart is plotted against, it has a base of 80 million and at the bottom, and the top is 130 million. So it's only looking at a $50 million range from 80 million and above, because I'm just trying to show and emphasize sort of how this all works out. Now, the line is our that's building aid. So building aid is revenue in the general fund that is based on our investment in our capital fund. And again, it typically mirrors the over time the debt and lease payments. But you'll see in the first little blue on the left-hand side, the blue box that I have is that starting in 17-18 and really extending throughout every period that is shown here, we're generating more in building aid than our debt and leases. Now, the reason that this is because we've had these refinancing savings and we've not borrowed anything. There's been no new debt for 10 years. But through refinancing savings, we've been able to keep our building aid higher. So we've generated what I estimate to be about a $35 million surplus of building aid in the general fund between 17-18 fiscal year and 25-26. Now, when I say surplus, all that means is that building aid has exceeded our cost of borrowing. Now, in a normal environment, building aid, which should be a little bit less than our transfers out. But in our case, because of these refinancing savings, we've generated extra building aid. And I'm making a recommendation that we do a transfer in 21-22, which is June, and actually in 2 years from now, in 23-24, and in the following chart, I'll kind of show you why, that we do a transfer from the general fund to the capital fund from essentially this accumulated surplus of excess building aid. And I show that in the 21-22 bar at the very top, that blue line, and in 23-24, another blue line. Now, if we do that, or when we do that, that transfer of funds from the general fund into the capital fund will then generate building aid for the district, which will be paid back to the general fund at about 98% of that over 15 years. And and how I try to represent that is in that final box where you can see the line, the orange, and then it breaks out into blue. That building aid number then will actually start to grow. We'll actually grow building aid, meaning building aid will be higher than it would otherwise be because we transferred to capital, used those funds to do building improvements, and then the state will pay us back over 15 years. And that's represented in there. So that's sort of a loan, if you will, from the general fund into capital that will generate building aid to pay itself back. You know, we're in sort of a unique position to do this now because of all these 130 million roughly of refinancing savings that we've done over the last 12, 13 years. Now, this idea of doing this actually really started with Paul McDonald and Judy Biondi, two longtime leaders in the plant department a couple of years ago before they had retired, made this recommendation. And we're really trying to bring it to fruition today after looking at all the data, doing the math and so forth. And we think that this is really a good investment of funds to help grow what we can do in our capital fund. So I'm going to go to the next slide and essentially sort of say why would we want to transfer funds from capital into or from the general fund into the capital fund. And one of the things that the district does is every 5 years, New York State requires us to do what's called the building condition survey. And a building condition survey, it has a long-term look, and it looks remarkably enough at our buildings and the condition of those buildings. And it makes recommendations on investments, in our buildings to make sure that they stay up to par. Looks at roofs, windows, doors, masonry, pools, HVAC units, plumbing, electric. It looks at all of our buildings and makes recommendations towards what type of investment we need to do in our buildings. We want to make sure that we keep our buildings in as good a shape as we can. And this building condition survey, which I believe the building condition survey itself will be a board recommendation in June. And we hope that by March of 2023, we'll actually have a solid estimate looking out several years of what we need in looking at our buildings, in the conditions of the buildings, to invest in those buildings to make sure that we maintain that investment. These bars that I have in here, so I'm showing you 21, 22, 22, 23, all the way to 25, 26. And I've got revenue and expense. This is sort of really showing you what our capital fund revenues and expenditures may look like using information we have today, understanding that it's just an estimate and that it will change. But we may be likely to be looking at something in the neighborhood of $25 million a year in capital investment in our buildings, just to maintain them, just to make sure, to repair the roofs that start to leak, and make sure that when there's a leak in the masonry, that we do that if we need to redesign some classrooms to support a different program, that we can do that. And so we'll have to be able to fund that. So I talked a little while ago about, funding. So before I get to the funding, I'm going to show you the little, in the chart each year where I have an expense. And you'll see sort of a dark orange in 21, 22. Those are approved projects that have already been approved by the board. They're already underway. And then recommended projects are in yellow. So there's another couple million projects that we intend to bring to the board in June. And then 22, 23, about 20 million, 23, 24, maybe about 18 million, a little over 20 million in 24, 25, and then 25, 26, 25 million. Now these numbers will almost assuredly change when that building condition survey comes out, but I want to use those just to sort of represent what we're looking at, to try and convey sort of a long-term picture with capital planning. Now, next to the expenditures, I show revenues. And if you look at the revenues, you'll see available funding from refi savings. So that's what I showed you on the prior chart, that we've got in 21, 22 and 22, 23, we've got about a little over 13 million in refinancing savings that are already coming. They're already here, or will be here in the next month. And that's green. And then you'll see in 23, 24, the refinance savings goes down to about 3 million. 24, 25, $500,000, and it disappears in 25, 26. So again, where I'm saying we need to start investing in our buildings, refinancing savings are running out. We've got just a couple more years of refinancing savings. Now, in the 21, 22 year, I'm recommending that we would do a transfer of approximately $10 million from the general fund into capital fund. And the purpose of that is to cover the costs in 21, 22, and 22, 23 that are not covered by the refinancing savings. And you'll note that in some years revenues are higher than expenditures, other years revenues are lower. Over time they have to match, but revenues, and they tend to go back and forth because these projects take multiple years, and we have to fund them in advance. So there is a recommended transfer in June of 22 of 10 million to capital that would fund projects in conjunction with refinancing savings next year, plus projects that are to be recommended. In 22, 23, no change at this point. 23, 24, again, another recommendation of a transfer from the general fund, but also then I also have a little blue bar that's added into here, and that's really potential borrowing. By 23, 24, we will be with the city probably initiating a borrowing on an annual basis to make sure that we can, again, keep up to date with and keep up the investment in our buildings. And then that would continue in 24, 25, and 25, 26. Again, the expenditure amounts that I have in here are really just estimates. We've done the plant department over the last many months, really starting back nearly a year, has been trying to gather data, gather information on what needs to be done. So when this building condition survey happens, they can support that and make sure that that survey has all the information that's needed in order to do it. But we will, less than a year from now, have that building condition survey completed for the next 5 years. And that will really inform what we need, our investment just in these existing buildings. And again, really primarily just in building condition. So not looking at any new facilities or anything like, just maintaining what we have to make sure that that investment doesn't deteriorate, and that we that we can keep the buildings in as good a shape as possible. Next slide, which will be the final slide. I want to show something else, and this is not necessarily to frighten anyone, but just to put things in context. In the prior slide, you saw I was showing that roughly 25 million investment that we're probably going to need every year just to maintain the existing buildings that we have. And I have that as one of the bars here, building condition, so from previous slide. And you can see in yellow that amount. Next to that, I have an orange bar in here. It's labeled 187, 171, 86, 28, 12, 8, and 4. Now, you're probably, what is that? That's a weird name. Those are the numbers of the schools that we have that are not, most of them are not primarily being utilized as schools right now. So these are former swing schools that are vacant, or they're being used for some other purpose. In some cases, School 12 is used for our like our enrollment purposes. I think 4 we have certain other administrative staff in. 87 is really something we're analyzing right now to possibly bring back online to utilize for middle early college and the research lab. And if you look at that bar, and again, these are preliminary numbers, but we could be looking at $140 million to if we wanted to bring each of these buildings up to the same standard as every other building. I would suggest that's probably not a realistic thought. I think that as a district, we're going to have to prioritize. Not every building that we have, we will be able to maintain. Most of these buildings were 20 years ago were really considered not worth investing JSCB dollars in. And in 20 years, they've deteriorated further. So I think we're going to have to get real strategic about what we do. And we've got some there are some, that 187, that if you look at the building itself, massive building, it has another school behind it and another one in front of it. It has a very large field, a potential future field. That could be, and that's been discussed as a potential major investment. Obviously, some of the others are smaller facilities. But the idea of all of them being brought online and being redeveloped is probably something beyond our means at this time. 140 million, and that's a rough estimate in an early estimate right now. The cost of operating these buildings, not capital, but just operating, meaning the engineer costs, repair and maintenance costs, utilities, for these buildings is about 2.3 million annually. Now, some of these buildings are being used. Some of them, like 8, is essentially not being used at all. But there's a significant investment in those. I think as part of, the building condition survey, will inform us on all of our buildings. I'm not sure if it actually looks at these or not, but knowing, we have pretty good folks down in the plant department that know, the at a high level, the types of investments that are needed in buildings, and it's a significant potential amount if we were to bring them online. Now there are certain things we can do. Things can be done over a period of time. They can be done, maybe certain buildings we would literally mothball and not put any investment in, but there is no funding to do all of them. And I think it's probably important at some point in the near future that we really do an assessment of these buildings to make sure that we put our dollars where we need them, and make sure that we have the best possible facilities for our students. I don't want to risk, I would never recommend anything that would risk us not having the dollars to repair a roof at an existing school where students are in, to do something for another school for another purpose. I mean, I think it's important that we look at these in the context of a massive investment would be needed for these. We have to make sure that we're very careful and thoughtful in what we do. And I think we've been given direction that School 187 with sort of the benefits that it has is something that we want to look at. And if that is the case, some of these other facilities may not be able to get the same level of investment. So that's that big giant bar in there showing the potential costs for those. I've also included, again, in gray, energy performance contract. That again would be an investment in energy saving items that I believe is a worthwhile investment for the district. That would be something probably done in phases. We're plant department is working on that right now on another RFP related to energy performance contracts. I see that as something probably a year or two out. And then I also show in green ARP. So that air handling project, all high phase 3, those are items that we're right now looking at. Those are ARP type items. And I'm showing those in there, another sort of aspect of our overall long-term planning. And again, anything in ARP is not aidable. So we want to put investments that are not aidable in ARP because we don't want, if you do, otherwise you lose the ability to get building aid on it. So, that's where, as we look at some of the things that might be in a facility that's being used not for students, but for staff, some investments might be able to redeploy ARP dollars to do repairs in those, because some of these schools do need work. 4, 12, 28 come to mind. They're not likely aidable. And if there are certain things that we need to do with those, we may decide as a district that it is worthwhile to deploy ARP dollars for those. So that's a lot. And I know we haven't had really a significant discussion on long-term capital planning in quite some time. So, I wanted to bring this presentation to the board to really start a discussion and kind of push things as we push things forward, because very shortly, that building condition survey, that'll be going to the board. There's many investments that we're looking at, and it'll all have to be looked at really holistically in conjunction with the overall funding capacity that we have, the ability to obtain funding, and where we want to put those dollars. So I thank you for letting me give that update.
That was a massive update, but a very necessary update. Mr. Pritchard, the money for the ARC money, the American Rescue Act money, is that funds that were identified that said we had to make changes in response to COVID, so we had to upgrade our our air handling facilities, and so that would make it a ARP fundable item.
Yes, under ARP, there are several categories of allowable expenditures, and one of them is improvement of air quality. So in our case, that project that is the air handling, because that brings in and circulates fresh air from the outside. Because if you're using stale inside air, and you're not replacing it with cleaner air. So that was an initial significant investment that we wanted to make sure that we have that we have that in place. The board approved a contract with Train to essentially lead that process. And initially they were looking at 30 schools that were the sort of the highest needs. And then that may be an area too, as we go through, that we come back and say, we'd like to even expand that, because anytime there may be additional things that are found that could help improve overall air quality in our buildings.
Well,
and that's a perfect fit for ARP. It really is.
Yeah, the COVID is still out there, and that's a very important area. But the county exec made an announcement today that he's sending air handling units to all of our schools. Did you see that on the news?
Well, that's different than what I'm talking about. Those are like those units that are a freestanding plug-in unit that goes into a room and filters the air. The air handling, what we're talking about, is massive.
It's massive, yeah.
Things that pull in air from the outside, mix it, and it's been interesting talking to the engineers and stuff as they go through this, because I'm learning stuff every day. But it's sort of a different thing. They're complementary to each other. But yeah, I had understood that the county was going to provide like an air cleaning device. I'm not sure exactly the name, in every classroom in Erie County. And that would be one more piece of the puzzle to ensure that we have, best quality air over the next coming years.
Like you said, it's complementary. I'm sure it's not major capital construction, like you're saying, changing the air handling units on the roof. So, but I just wanted to make sure I identified the parts in the green that are ARP monies, because the community is still watching and they want to know exactly what we're doing with the ARP money. The line you have in orange that shows all of the school buildings getting refurbished, that we know that's not going to happen in any 1 year, so that line isn't really realistic. But the two projects you mentioned, which are important, the School 187, so that the research lab can be moved off the overcrowding at the Bennett. Do you have something that, if just that project was put in here, what would that be? What part of that 140 million would be just that particular project, because that's a very critical project?
Well, so right now we're working on an RFP that is meant to get a developer that can help us determine sort of what would need to be done, because it's a multi-year thing, and there are certain high priority things that have to be executed on before you would bring the first student in, and then there's other things that can take longer after that. That building itself could be upwards of 40 million. To bring it up to usable, status. That's really the subject of what this RFP is. There's because there's a duration, and then there's sort of a spectrum of things that would be done, and we don't have that information yet. That's the purpose of this RFP ultimately, is to determine what those costs and what the timing will be at a more, at a granular level, and at a, in taking it beyond sort of the estimate of, comparing building to building just with what we know at this time. So more to come on that in the near future.
Okay, that's basically the questions I have, because this is a very important subject. Thank you for giving us a long overdue capital project plan, and those are the only questions I have. Other board members, can we go in alphabetical order again? And if you have any questions on this presentation, please feel free to ask. Kathy Evans Brown, can we start with you? I hate to put you on the hot spot.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't have any questions. I felt like I was in school, Jeff. Thank you for that, that education. But no, I don't have any comments or questions. Thank you.
Board Member Hurd.
Yes, Jeff. There's two questions. One is, we talk about our air filtration units, but some of those buildings that we're talking about doesn't have AC. And there's two things I always talk about is AC and also hot school lunches. Would it be more feasible to, if those buildings are not AC, to retrofit those buildings with air conditioning? And the second thing is, I'm big on kids having hot breakfasts and hot lunches at school. So the buildings that we can identify, those buildings that don't have the capability at this time, maybe to give those buildings an overhaul and try to bring some kitchen equipment in there.
Okay. Yeah, let me try to. So air conditioning.
I just can't see it in the buildings that does have AC, that we're looking to put ventilation in there, but not just saying how much, look at the cost of putting the AC units inside those facilities.
Yeah, I mean, air conditioning can be expensive, certainly because there's obviously an investment in the equipment. I know, I don't know offhand which schools have AC versus which don't. That might be something we could probably get for you. That would be potentially, a decision, I guess, for the board. Do we want to make a major investment in this at all schools or some schools, or, just focus in certain areas? It's probably not something I could give you a super thorough answer right now on, but that's, if that's a priority, that's another piece of the puzzle. If an ask was, what would it cost to put air conditioning at every school, that might be something we would have to go out and figure out what that cost would be, and then determine how we fit that in the overall capital plan, knowing that we also have to make sure that while we're doing that, we can't leave certain other things on the side. We can't not do the roof because there's a leak. We have to repair masonry because it might be crumbling. So there's a balance with all of that. I think on the hot lunches, I'd probably have to defer to the food service department. I don't know that I could adequately answer that question. Most of our meals are prepared at a commissary. I know there are in some schools, they do have some equipment. And that, again, that's something that could be looked at in conjunction with any one of the facilities if it's a high priority of what we do. But I think from what I understood, the food service department is primarily focusing on trying to maintain sort of a centralized kitchen, thinking that's more efficient. But we can certainly follow up with you to maybe get you a little more, just a little more detail, a little more flavor on the sort of the options and alternatives. So I can follow up with that.
Okay, I know that the Ferry School Board member, Sharon Bell Thomas, has complained about her buildings not having air conditioning. I know other board members in their districts have, that I visited, some kids that I see have great cafeterias and great, food service than others. I'm not saying they're not great, but they're not hot, and box lunches that comes in to our food distribution center, and I just think why do some have the privilege of having a better lunch than others? And I'm looking at the side of equity once again.
Yep, and that's actually a good point for our building condition survey. I regret to say I don't know exactly what they look at, but that's going to be something I'm going to chat with the plant department about, sort of to look at that equity within the building. So if half the buildings have AC, half do not, is that something that's an aspect of the building condition survey to look at the buildings and understand why these do and these do not. So I'll follow up in the lens of that building condition survey to find out if that's a way of getting a better understanding of what we have and don't have and what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I'm sorry putting all the extra work on you, but it was just something, that question came up quite a few times, and we're just waiting for an answer back and see what we can do to help with that situation.
Yeah, no, these are good questions and good things. That's why we have the discussion, so we know what to follow up on.
Thank you, sir.
Board Member Petruski, do you have any questions on capital?
I actually do, but I will limit them. As part of the buildings condition survey, will you also be doing a demographic study so we can have projections as to student populations?
We did one 2 years ago. Let me follow up on that. I don't know if that's specifically part of that survey or if it's part of that they update the previous one, because we did have that done a couple of years ago. So I will find out on that.
Yeah, just because, we need to, how many buildings are going to be predicated on the number of students that we have, what our populations look like. Second, with respect to downsizing, when we went through this on the Joint Schools Construction Board a long time ago, we did turn some of our buildings over to the city that they sold, because a lot of the estimates that we used said that these buildings were prohibitively expensive to be updated, and they were almost all used immediately. We didn't have too many buildings that have been permanently offline, and that's just one of my concerns, is that some of it became senior apartments, some of it become other housing, but some also became charter schools as well. So I just would take a really good hard look as to what we need, what the buildings are, and what the future use is going to be, because for many of our buildings, they were turned over and used pretty frequently afterwards. With respect to AC, Terrence, I'll talk like an old man again. This was something that was debated as part of the Joint Schools construction, and one of the things that people said many years ago is that, do we really need air conditioning in Buffalo, New York? So that was one of the reasons why that many of our buildings, it wasn't part of the redesign process. I think that we are in a very different location now. I know that we've had some preliminary discussions because the back of the envelope type of estimates may mean that it may be to the level that maybe it would require some type of special bond or financing, because it could be very expensive to retrofit many of our buildings as well. But that's a bigger discussion once we get some better numbers.
Thank you, Lou. Yes, I truly understand. I just don't see, if we're retrofitting our buildings for forced air, which is very necessary, how much more are we looking at just to put an air conditioning unit on in those buildings? So just want to see what the cost differences are, and maybe we can get some federal help, in trying to bring that equity back, within the district.
Mr. Petrucci, you have any other questions?
I do not. I appreciate the update. I mean, it's been a long time. It's good to see. It's really good to see. And I'm sure that we will revisit the topic in the future.
Okay. Board Member Rivera.
Ann called me and said she had internet problems, so she is off again.
Okay. Board Member Scott, any capital questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Oh, fine. Okay, it is getting very late, so I don't have any other questions on capital. I believe we still have one more presentation, a very important one on transportation. Madam Superintendent, did you want to take it from there?
Yes, I believe Nate Kuzma, along with, I believe, Cheryl Kennedy, is going to be sharing an update on our transportation, some of the things that we're involved in right now, and some of the ideas we have on moving forward to address transportation concerns.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Williams. I'll do a brief introduction. Certainly it's no secret that this year, above any other, and, certainly transportation has been, a challenge in years past always, but this year it has been one of our more significant challenges amongst others this year that we have had to deal with. We're fortunate to have Cheryl Kennedy, Joe Gosen alongside her that have navigated these choppy waters for us, and we are nearly through the school year, and I think that in and of itself is a success. With that being said, it's been a challenge. Certainly, it's impacted every facet of the lives of our families that we serve. From after school programming to athletics. And, this is not just a Buffalo issue. This is a national issue, but it's one certainly that we want to continue to address and try to get better, as we head into the 22-23 school year, where we still expect, we're not going to magically find 200 drivers, that we may have had prior to COVID, but there are things that we can do and that we are doing, under Dr. Williams's leadership in an effort to address these challenges. And so, I'm going to introduce Cheryl and Joe, who will sort of talk us through where we've been this year, what we've done, and what we're doing now in planning for next year, and some new strategies that we are working on, as a district, but also with our first student partners to address what we expect to be a continuing challenge as we head into the 22-23 school year. So Cheryl, Joe, if you both will take it from here, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Nate. Good evening. I know it's late. Board members, I appreciate your patience. I'm actually going to have Joe start this out, and I will jump in after the first slide or so.
Oh, hello. Go to the next slide, please. My name is Joe Goshen. Just so you know, I've been working in transportation for 11 years. I want to start with a very brief review of 21-22 so you understand exactly how we got there and where we are now. We start working on the next school year in April, and last year for 21-22, first student estimated they'd be losing 125 to 150 drivers. So we usually have about 650 buses. So we started the year with 510 buses accordingly. But then it turned out that first student actually lost closer to 200 drivers. So we ended up cutting 40 more buses in September and October. And once we got down to about where we are now, 460 buses, we just couldn't make any more cuts with the things that we've been doing, which I will go into in a minute. So that's why we basically had some uncovered and some doubled routes all school year long. If we got down to 460, we couldn't make any more drastic cuts or changes. And we did that. We did most of our bus eliminations by making the AM arrival times earlier and the PM arrival times later. And that kind of gave us a bigger window. So all of our buses became very long routes and very loaded routes. Each bus had, over 50 students on it. And, that's why we reached a limit. We just couldn't make any more changes. We also did multi-tripped buses. We have some buses that would go out to a neighborhood, pick up students on a very short run, come to school, drop them off, and go do another very short run and bring them back to school. And for the winter, we instituted the early release days. Our thinking on that was it was winter, driving is hard. We didn't want the routes to be longer than they were. And those drivers, after their early release, could then come back and help the regular, PM dismissal drivers. And that went pretty well through most of the winter. And, we continue to do bus aid and bus driver hiring events all year. And, we've worked on sign-on bonuses. We've worked with the governor and went through the CDL listing. We've did a lot of things this year to try to make up for the shortage. So I'll turn it over to Cheryl, and she can tell you what we're doing now.
Thank you, Joe. Admir, can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so I remember coming to the board in July of last year to tell you, we're going to have a problem. We're going to be 150 drivers short, and this is what we're going to try to do. So in an effort to try to not have to come to you with that comment again, here's what we're doing right now. So we've partnered with First Student to work on increasing driver wages. So I think this is really important and it's very exciting to me. So currently we're at $19.50 an hour for a starting driver. Once they've been with us for 2 or 3 years, they top out at about $25.04. So what we're trying to do right now, and there is some work that has to be completed both with First Student as well as us, we want to take our drivers to $25 to start, and then up to $28 after a year of service. So that's a pretty impressive rate hike, and it's pretty competitive with the industry right now. It'll make us the highest paid bus drivers in the area. So we're hoping that that's going to help a lot to retain drivers as well as bring new drivers on board. Maybe we'll get some drivers from the suburbs to come in or from other carriers. So we're holding multiple bus driver hiring events. First Student is doing a walk-in Wednesday at all of their locations. So they've sent out flyers to just about every address in the city of Buffalo saying, please, if you're interested at all in becoming a bus driver, come take a look at the buses. We'll talk about it. We'll let you sit in one. Just come on out to one of the locations on any Wednesday and we'll take care of you. We've also done some open houses at our Buffalo public schools. We did an open house for bus drivers at School 94 about 2 weeks ago, or mid-April. Nope, we're going to go with mid-May. And then we also did one at School 89. We are trying really hard to increase our bus aid staffing levels. We've talked about this at the board meetings before. We had a really successful open house at the Adult Learning Center maybe about a month ago. So a little over a month ago, but we brought over 45 new bus aides on board as a result of that new hiring event. We are working to partner with the Office of Parent and Family Engagement. So Ramona Reynolds has been really helpful and really instrumental in helping us to get some ideas flowing and some thoughts on how we can get some of our drivers better trained to get through that learner's permit process and then into behind the wheel bus driver training. So I know this is a hot topic as well, but we're investigating reimbursing parents for transportation expenses for our special needs kids, our universal pre-K kids, as well as our McKinney-Vento students. So we did a survey online, and we got the results of that, and we are going to be moving forward with that investigation. So that's what we're currently at. We're working really hard to make sure that our kids can get to and from school for the coming school year. But there's obviously more that we need to do. There's more investigating. There's more collaboration that we need to do. And our next slide, Edmure, if we can go to that, are some possible ideas to either reduce the number of bus routes that we need, to adjust the number of buses, just some thoughts, kind of throwing stuff against the board to see what's going to stick here. And obviously we're looking for some collaboration from you, the board members, as well as from our building administrators, our parents, our community groups. So what can we do into the coming school year? We can look at reinstituting early release days. I feel that these were very successful over those month and a half, 2 months that we used them in the winter to help get our buses covered and get our kids home in an early time. So we can look at increasing the frequency of those, maybe do, rather than 1 or 2 schools a day, we could do maybe 4 or 5 schools a day. There's also been talk about doing it as an extended day rather than an early release. So, 2 or 3 times a month, we would have schools that stayed till later in the day rather than releasing them early. So that's something that we're going to have to investigate and talk to, and again, collaborate about. So we can institute a BPS 3-tiered bell time system. And I know this is going to be kind of controversial. There's a lot of districts that are doing this across the country. We can look at small adjustments, maybe move some of our smaller schools to a in-between. So currently we're at 8, 9 o'clock bell times. What I'm talking about instituting is maybe an 7:45, 8:15, 9:30 kind of system. And again, I know that may not be very popular with a lot of our parents, but it is something that we should talk about and possibly investigate more. So another option is to align our secondary school bell times. So there's a lot of talk about that our older students learn better when they come in a little bit later. So if we can look at adjusting those secondary schools to a later start time, that might be helpful for our special education routes, because we do have about 440 students that we transport to our secondary schools on yellow buses. So another option is to consolidate more bus stops. And this is not going to be popular with our parents, and I understand that. So when we have to go around every corner and kind of loop to loop to pick up students as close to home as possible, it wastes a lot of time. And it adds time and energy to our bus routes. Years ago, we used something called community bus stops. So we can look at reinstituting those again and make students walk maybe an extra block or two to get to their bus stop. And there would be some considerable bus savings with that. Joe mentioned this, but and has mentioned this in the past, but we're talking about creating more express routes. So what that means is we're going to pick up students from the same neighborhoods, so Riverside, Black Rock area, and we're going to take them to multiple schools rather than send 3 buses into the same area to bring them to our South Buffalo schools. So we currently have 1 bus in Riverside that goes to 27, and we have another bus in Riverside that will bring kids into Southside. We have Riverside that'll bring kids into 67, and another for 72. If we could pick all those kids up on 1 bus and make multiple stops at each school, there's a bus savings there. I almost don't want to read this one out loud because I know what the reaction is going to be, but we could increase the eligibility distances for our students. And Paulette, I see, or Board Member Woods, I see you shaking your head, and I understand your reluctance. A lot of districts throughout the nation are doing this right now. I know Tampa Bay area just increased their secondary students to an eligibility distance of 2 miles. This is something we really need to look at doing, and this is to reevaluate IEP requirements for curb-to-curb transportation. We have a very large population of special needs students that receive curb-to-curb transportation, and perhaps their disabilities don't necessarily merit that. So we need to work with our special ed department and make sure that students who really require specialized transportation are receiving it. Another option is to increase community schools enrollment. Now, this has been a push for a while, and this is something that I think our families would benefit from. So those community school neighborhoods where we're drawing people on Saturdays and families are really getting involved in that. Maybe we can push some more enrollment from those areas into those community schools, and that's going to reduce our dependence on yellow buses. We met with the superintendent recently, and we talked at length about doing a media campaign to really push and let our community and our parents know that we really have a need for more bus drivers, and almost put out a call to action and let people know, look, we need you to come help us out, and there's benefits for you if you do. So I think that's a great idea, and that was something that Dr. Williams came up with. And I'm hoping that she's going to actually do the TikTok that she's talking about and put that on. on social media, and let our community members know that we really do have a need. I know First Student has run a lot of commercials already, but we're hoping to increase that and also pull more from the district perspective. So maybe put some more radio commercials out as well as TV. And again, put out that call for action and that plea to get some help out here. And then what is really important is for our ASLs and our principals to really make an effort to include bus drivers in the school community. Our drivers have put out a call and said, we don't feel like we're respected and we're not part of the school community. You know, we drive your kids, but maybe we don't feel supported or a part of the family there. So years ago, we used to have meetings at every single one of our buildings where the drivers would come in and the principals would talk to them about maybe arrival and dismissal procedures, and maybe do a little breakfast and just show their support and their appreciation for our bus drivers. And I think that will help dramatically with our retention. And then lastly, we are working really hard to hire more bus aides. And that just helps to support our bus drivers. When there's another adult on board the bus, another set of eyes, it assists with behavior issues. It assists with direction sometimes. And it just gives that driver a team, a team to work with. And it makes the job easier. Edmund, can we go to the next slide, please? So this is something that I put together at our at last year's board meeting, and I just wanted you to have the ability to see what they did last year. They had the tear-off signs, the lawn signs. They did some flyers, some posters, but we're really working to up, like as I said before, the sign-on bonuses. We went from $1,500 for a non-credential driver last year. That's going to go up to $3,000 as of Monday. For a credential driver, someone who already has their CDL, maybe they're working for another competitor, maybe they're working in a suburb, we will pay them $5,000 to come over and work as one of our drivers. And I do want to mention that the district is helping to subsidize those, at least the credentialed driver. So we've come a long way. We're continuing to work. I don't want to come across as if there's doom and gloom for the future, but I certainly hope that we can bring on board another 100 drivers for September. That would be my goal.
Wow. Thank you, Cheryl. And I think, the point tonight is, that this is still a significant challenge for us. We are prepared to throw everything at it that we possibly can, including money, but that's not the only factor here. There's other, structural and policy changes, that may need to be considered, and certainly cultural changes. I think driving a bus in the city of Buffalo for a number of different reasons it's a tough job, and that needs to be recognized, not just with what you make per hour, but, how you are treated, how you are respected, the behaviors on the bus of the students, how parents treat the drivers. It needs to be, that is the first person that a student sees at the beginning of their school day. And it's the last person that the student sees at the end of the school day. And so, it's important that we recognize that. And, as a school district, even though they're not our direct employees, they certainly are a critical part and a critical partner for us. And that has to be, a part of it, as well as we, continue to recruit and try to retain the drivers that we do have, who have busted their humps really all year, to get us through, board members, we had a very successful bus aid event, led by Tammy Holly McGee. and the HR department in conjunction with Cheryl, where we had a turnout that I think surprised all of us because, you know, the superintendent and Tammy, we were in churches, we were out everywhere that we possibly could to get the word out that we needed help. And the community showed up and responded to that message. And that's the same sort of thing, you know, as we increase wages, as we increase signing bonuses. Yeah, we're throwing all of that out there that we can, but that's not the only thing that's going to not only get applicants, but to keep the folks, you know, that we do have. So, you know, we're working on this, you know, and all of these options, you know, as we move forward into next school year. You know, everything Cheryl listed, I know is not a popular thing to talk about, but if we continue to tick off the low-hanging fruit, the parental reimbursement for the special ed, for the McKinney-Vento, for, you know, the early childhood students, which we have to transport, if we raise wages, if we increase our signing bonus, and that doesn't bring us the drivers that we need, it's going to force us to have to make very hard decisions in the future, because without the drivers, without, you know, we can't run the we can't run the after school programs. We can't get the kids to athletic events. That has a direct negative impact on our students and the families that we serve, you know, throughout the city of Buffalo. So, you know, I think Cheryl mentioned some of that stuff because those are things that we can't take off the table down the road if we can't get drivers in the door. So I want to thank Cheryl and Joe for all the work that they've done this year. It's been a hard year, very difficult, challenging year for them, and they've stuck it out with us and have come in and day out, you know, to do this work, and we're continuing to do it. So thank you, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams for any comments that she has, and to the board for any questions.
Hey, so thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Nate. I think, you know, what you heard were some things that, you know, we're planning to do, almost reactionary, and some things that proactively we're talking about doing. It is about building more trust with the community, getting the word out to the community. I mean, it's been proven. The strategy was proven with Tammy, Holly McGee, and Cheryl, and what happened a few months ago, and the turnout that we got. And so the thought about doing some unorthodox, kind of innovative things, you know, a lot of our younger parents and even a lot of our E&L parents are on TikTok. If that's where they are, and if that's how we can connect with them to say, please consider this job, you know, we have increased wages, you know, it's a very important, highly valued job, then that's what I think we have to do. We're in a different time, so we can't keep doing the same things over and over and thinking we're going to get a different outcome. It's been proven. We do something a little different, and we got I think, a very successful different outcome. So we're willing to try to go the extra mile, to do everything that we can. We're looking at bell times, all of those things. But the real thing I'm hoping, I heard Cheryl say we need 100 bus drivers. So that's our number. We need 100 bus drivers. And so I know we just had our presentation on sports. It's almost, board member Hurt, like game on. We know what we need to cross that finish line, and it's 100 bus drivers. So that's our goal. That's what we'll try to get. That's what we're going to get, 100 bus drivers. That's the goal. So I'll turn things over to you, Mr. Kuzma, to see if there are questions for you, myself, Cheryl, or Joe.
Well,
Chairwoman Woods, I'll turn it to you to circle the table and see who has questions. My bad.
Yes. Okay, before I take other board members' questions, I just want to thank Cheryl for all the hard work. Thank you, Nate, for chairing the committees. And Madam Superintendent, you've done a yeoman's job. And as you said, it shows if we appeal to our community, they will come through. But at the meetings, the listening tours we had several bus drivers that made it very, very clear unless we have bus aides on those buses, that job is impossible and nobody wants it. I have personally tried to beg, borrow, steal nieces, nephews, neighborhood block club people, and they said bus aides or no go. So if you can get the bus aides, there's a whole bunch of more people who will consider it. So
Right.
if we can go around, board members, do you have any questions or responses to the update on transportation? And thank everybody for their patience. It's 9:06, and it was a lot of things on the finance committee agenda, but I agree. I think you'll agree it was all important. So Kathy Evans Brown.
Yeah, I think, yeah, this is also an important endeavor. And you're right, you know, that's my sentiment exactly. I'm hearing bus drivers find the job distasteful when they don't have bus aides or another adult on those buses. They're not going to come. So our goal to obtain 100 drivers, we have to have a goal to obtain the number of bus aides as well. It goes hand in hand. So when we talk about innovation, we may have to consider some of our parents coming and riding on the buses with some of these little munchkins, right? Or in coming back on the bus with their little munchkins. I'm serious. We talk about innovation because there's certain children that are little munchkins more than others, and we know that. So let's, put it out there. So that's another innovation that we need to consider. Thank you.
Board Member Hurd, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Woods. This is a touchy situation. I'm just happy to see that we're able to raise the rate to $25 or $28 for bus drivers. That's huge because I know in other states, they was getting paid a lot more. And for one, I heard people at places like General Motors say, "Hey, I can make more money at McDonald's." You can make more money driving buses. It takes a lot of patience. About our kids, I heard a lot of bus drivers, and I know quite a few of them, and they said that some of the kids are horrible. And I just think as a district, we can't allow for just a couple of kids, to dictate the attitude or just to control the narrative of a bus. We have to find out who the kids are that's causing disturbances and try to do different things with them if they can be identified somehow. And we really need to treat our bus drivers better in that realm. I really feel bad by some of them because some of them be in tears because they love their job, they love kids. And it's really hard to keep them because even though some of them may have bus aides on the bus, but they feel like it's not being, controlled as much. So it's some things that we can do better, I believe, to help to try to alleviate some of those stresses on bus drivers to give them, make them want to stay and make them want to work with the district because we need them. We need them bad, and we can do better, but we also goes to the parents and talking to those parents also about these kids that's acting erratic on buses. So, but overall, I think 99% of our kids are great. I think that we don't hear much problems about the buses from the kids because they will come back and tell you in our peer groups. They'll come back and tell us what they're feeling, what they're not. So great job in bringing more bus drivers. 45 new bus aides is amazing. And let's continue with the path, and I'll do all I can also.
Board Member President Patrice C. So you don't hear, I'm not saying ski, I'm saying C.
Thank you, Paula, and I'm glad you got that. Just thank you, Cheryl, for all your hard work. I know it's been a very challenging year for you and your staff, and we appreciate everything. First of all, and maybe I missed this because I did miss a couple meetings. Have we seen as a board the survey results yet? From the survey you conducted about the reimbursing and for the parents?
You have not seen the survey results yet. I mean, we have reviewed them as a district, and I think where we're prepared to go right now, you know, we had about 500-600 responses, but I think what we are prepared to do is to focus on the groups where we know we will get the biggest return on the investment, and that's primarily, you know, McKinney-Vento students, special education students, because the special education, you know, we get 12. We can save a lot of buses that way if we get. Right. If we get 50 parents, you know, that could potentially be 4, 5, 6 buses somewhere in there. So, and then certainly our pre-K students, our 3-year-old pre-K students, I think focusing on them. You know, and Jeff, myself, Dr. Williams have had conversations about beginning the process of rolling that out for the commencement of next school year for those specific groups.
Nate, just a point of clarity for the UPK. So would that be 3 and 4-year-olds or just 3-year-olds? Are we doing both or one?
I think I don't think we've quite nailed it down yet.
Okay.
But I think, you know, in the near future we will bring, you know, the board a proposal. Probably we'll have to do that by at least the July meeting, I think. Because we're going to be we have to roll this out relatively quickly because parents are going to have to be informed and know that they're going to opt out. So, you know, these conversations are happening now at the district level, and I think over the course of the next month, we'll be fine-tuning those details.
Okay, thank you very much.
There, Board Member Scott, any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Thank you, Cheryl, and everybody. Obviously, this is something that for us to start the year smoothly next year that we need to have our attention on, and it seems as if we already have lots of attention on making some changes. Sorry if I missed this, but any update on this school year right now, where we stand with drivers, complaints, buses being late? I know we've seen some pretty informative charts. And I haven't, thankfully, knock on wood, I haven't received complaints lately on bus transportation. Any data that you have to share?
Nate, I'm going to jump in here. So I'm going to say up until about a week ago, we were still pretty short of drivers. Any given afternoon, we were anywhere from 25 to 40 drivers short. First Student has brought in 40 drivers from out of state. So we currently have drivers in from Texas, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee. So they have paid to fly them in. They're putting them in hotels. So right now we're starting to get to fully covered. You know, this afternoon, I think we had about 12 doubled routes and 6 uncovered. This morning we looked great with 6 routes that were doubled up. But those drivers from out of state needed to get some final training and get their New York State creds set up. So I have high hopes for the rest of the school year for the next, 16 or 17 days or so. But First Student is working to solve the problem right now.
Thank you, Cheryl. That's all for me, Ms. Woods.
Well, any final comments, Madam Superintendent, before we close it out?
No comment.
Well, then thank you, everyone. It's been a long night. Thank you for your patience. Thank everyone for their questions. Great meeting. Bye. Do we need a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn?
No, it's a work session. You close
It's
it out.
works.
Okay, then. Good night, everyone. Bless you.